which was headed for the Dominican Republic, crashed into a neighborhood along a narrow strip of land on the edge of the Atlantic just south of Kennedy Airport. This is the Rockaway section in the New York City borough of Queens. 255 people were on board, including the crew, and there were no survivors. It was devastating for the people on the ground. Several houses were destroyed when the plane crashed. There are still at least 6 people unaccounted for. It all happened within minutes. The plane took off at 9:13 this morning and crashed at 9:17. Our first report is from ABC's John Quinones, where the plane crashed. John?
Peter, tonight so much of this community here in Queens is still in shock. Just a block of where I'm standing, a block away, there's a huge hole in the ground, a crater, the site where this morning America Flight 587 went down.
Up the roof and I see the piece, the engine fall down first, and after that the bundle, the truck go all the way in.
All of a sudden, a plane over my house, just like this, and it was on fire. It was on fire. I said, "Oh my God, it's gonna go down."
Within seconds, the thundering sound of the Airbus A300 shaking this entire neighborhood.
An earthquake, like the house shook, just for a second.
More than a dozen homes erupted in fire, debris falling over a 2-block area. 4 homes were destroyed. One of the plane's engines landed at this gas station, the rest of it on rooftops, backyards, and in the waters of Jamaica Bay, just 5 miles from Kennedy Airport, where part of the tail section of the plane was recovered.
It's remarkable that, I mean, it's very hard to say this, but it's remarkable more damage wasn't done. Total miracle that more damage wasn't done. The main part of the plane landed in one confined space.
Rescue workers fought through the thick smoke searching for survivors, but all they've been able to find are the remains of the victims. So far tonight, more than 240 bodies have been recovered.
The consequences so far are catastrophic. The number of people lost in this crash appears like it's going to be even more than TWA Flight 800.
When they heard the painful news, the families of those on board Flight 587 rushed to a hotel near Kennedy Airport. And so did families in Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic, where the plane was headed. This evening, law enforcement officials are going around the neighborhood picking up debris, asking residents what they heard and what they saw, searching for any clue into what happened and why. And Peter, in addition to all those victims on the plane, tonight we're being told that as many as 8 residents, people who lived here, were on the ground when the plane hit. As many as 8 are still missing.
Thank you, John. John Quinones in the borough of Queens. The investigation of any crash is led by the National Transportation Safety Board, and in this one, as someone said, the NTSB and the FBI are joined at the hip. The Airbus that crashed is one of the oldest in the American Airlines fleet. ABC's Lisa Stark covers aviation for us in Washington. Lisa, what have you picked up in the course of the day?
Well, Peter, a lot still unknown, as you have said. The administration officially says at this point it is not ruling anything in or ruling anything out. But as you have indicated, there is no indication as of now that this was a terrorist act.
This is the plane that went down just after takeoff. The Airbus A300 had been in service for 13 years. The plane reached an altitude of only 2,800 feet when it disappeared from radar screens. There was no mayday call from the cockpit, no indication to controllers of any problem. The fact that debris was found in at least 3 locations leads some aviation experts to point to an in-flight breakup.
I think they also have to look at the possibility that there may have been some structural failure to the airplane.
American Airlines said the jet had a minor maintenance check just yesterday, was scheduled for its next major check in 9 months. The plane's left engine had a major overhaul fairly recently, but the right engine was almost ready for its major overhaul.
The number 2 engine, which is the right engine, had 9,788 hours since its last overhaul. And an engine will typically have a major overhaul every 10,000 hours.
This General Electric engine has had a series of problems with engine failures. The Federal Aviation Administration has ordered increased inspections of the engines. One of the plane's black boxes has already been recovered, the cockpit voice recorder. It is back in Washington, D.C. for analysis.
And as you might expect in an accident like this, the FBI is sending explosives detection experts to the scene. They, along with the NTSB, will be going over every piece of wreckage to see if there's any indication of a bomb. Peter?
Thanks very much, Lisa. Lisa Stark in Washington. Our aviation analyst, our own that is, John Nance, has been with us all day. John, based on what we know so far, what's the most important thing we should be considering?
I think the fact that we have a distribution of wreckage here, Peter, that isn't in one place, and that indicates an in-flight breakup, as we've discussed, and that means that we've got something that really caused this airplane to come apart that's very unusual and unprecedented if it was an internal failure.
Based on what we know today, is there any significance, or what is the significance, in the lack of a radio call from the pilot to anybody on the ground?
Really, the only significance is that probably what happened very rapidly, because you'd be so busy trying to recover the aircraft you wouldn't have time to tell anybody about it. That would tell us that it wasn't a progressive problem, that it just happened all of a sudden.
Do you see any significance in the fact that a part of the tail was found in Jamaica Bay quite close to the airport?
That really worries me, because that means an in-flight breakup. It could be that somehow the tail portion, or the horizontal and vertical stabilizers, were possibly struck by the engine coming off. That would be unprecedented as well, but it might be one explanation.
Many thanks, John Nance, our own aviation analyst. There was a huge number of New York firefighters at the crash site this morning, and virtually all of them were at the trade towers too. Here's ABC's John McKenzie.
Within minutes of the crash, alarms were sounding in dozens of firehouses across the city.
Your adrenaline's flowing, and you're jumping on the rig, and you're going down here and doing your job.
Before they arrived here, firefighters had been warned. It was a crash of a commercial jet on a residential street.
What goes through your mind is to just get yourself under control, a lot of deep breaths, and you're just going to go do your job.
But the job is not the same, not since September the 11th. Some firefighters today talked openly about their new fears.
Maybe a terrorist attack, and we have to watch ourselves and take care of our people. Make sure that there's nothing else going on, no bombs, no collateral, incendiary devices or anything like that.
You're always watching your back, whether it's another plane or whether it's they set us up again or what.
What makes this fire and crash especially difficult for many of the city's firefighters is that for many of them, this neighborhood is home.
Very, very difficult to come down here. Hopefully that we hadn't lost anyone else in light of the great losses that we've suffered since September 11th.
Within a few hours, the fire had been virtually extinguished and the cleanup began. A time for the firefighters to reflect.
When you see guys like who just walked away that you knew 10 years ago, you give them a bit of a hug and you say, good to see you.
Grateful that this time they and their fellow firefighters were safe. John McKenzie, ABC News, Bell Harbor, New York.
Later in this broadcast this evening, we'll take a closer look at air travel and the anxiety caused by this today. We'll also take another look at the neighborhood hit hard enough by the terrorists on September the 11th. Now it has been hit again.
We've been hit by such devastation already. Just with September 11th, lost a lot of people. It's just very sad.
And when we come back, the war in Afghanistan, where things are moving very quickly.
This is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings, brought to you by Energizer.
How precise can changing a hearing aid battery get? Oh, this precise. Introducing the Energizer Easy Change, the world's first hearing aid battery dispenser. Simply turn the dial, then slide the battery out to activate. The magnetic arm holds the battery securely for precise placement every time, no matter what hearing aid style or battery size you use. The Energizer Easy Change. It changes batteries precisely.
Your eyes need nutrition as well as the rest of your body, so Centrum and Centrum Silver added lutein to help maintain your precious sight. Now your eyes, your toes, and everything in between are covered by Centrum and Centrum Silver. More complete from A to Zinc.
First, my wife got me the Wonder Pill, and our love life is through the roof. Then,
she gave me this. Do you know what it takes for a man my age to get into the astrological cow position?
Dad?
That's when she got me Flex-A-New with a natural COX-2 inhibitor plus glucosamine and chondroitin. Makes me feel like my college days.
Honey, tonight, page 88. Late donkey in spring.
Introducing Flex-A-New, a natural COX-2 inhibitor plus glucosamine and chondroitin for joint health.
Abner, we're rich.
We're rich?
It's our new litter. It's got diamonds in it.
You are mistaken, my friends. The diamonds are odor-absorbing crystals in new Tidy Cats Crystals Blend.
Whatever.
New Tidy Cats Crystals Blend.
Oh yeah, going along, feeling fine, when it hits you. Diarrhea. Alone, it's bad. But with gas and cramps too, you've got big trouble. But now there's new Imodium Advanced Caplets, the only one that combines two medicines to stop diarrhea, cramps, and gas all at once. In no time, you'll feel A-OK again. New Imodium Advanced Caplets. Whew, what a relief.
Now to the war in Afghanistan. It's been an extraordinary few days. The Taliban have now been driven from or retreated from several major towns in the north, including Mazar-e-Sharif and Taloqan. And there are reports that Northern Alliance forces now control the important western city of Herat, which is closer, as you can see, to Iran. Control of Afghanistan generally appears to be changing very quickly, and tonight Northern Alliance fighters have their eyes on the capital, Kabul. Just north of Kabul for us, as he has been many times, is ABC's David Wright. David?
Peter, what we witnessed today is nothing less than a rout of the Taliban positions just north of the front lines here in Kabul. The Northern Alliance pushed the Taliban back a good 20 miles, advancing to within 4 miles of the capital. And what's more, this wasn't exactly a surprise attack. The Taliban had reinforced those positions because they knew this attack was coming.
Northern Alliance soldiers began their day early, loading ammunition and asking God for a blessing. Then they let loose, rocketing the Taliban lines. American B-52s supported them from the air. Artillery commanders focused on the two main roads into Kabul, coordinating targets with infantry on the ground. Along one road near Bagram Air Base, ground forces met strong resistance from the Taliban, but airstrikes, called in by these American spotters, helped clear away the trouble spots.
Throughout the day, we've seen clear signs of coordination between the American bombers and the Northern Alliance forces on the ground. At the end of the day, the Taliban front lines have broken, and the Northern Alliance is moving to the doorstep of Kabul.
We will not enter Kabul at this stage. We will stop before Kabul in a convenient front line.
Throughout the day, there were reports of Taliban soldiers retreating. Hundreds more joined the Northern Alliance. These Taliban soldiers from Kabul crossed the front lines early this morning. They told ABC News most of the fighters who remain are Pakistanis or Arabs. You see very few local Taliban among them, he said. The Northern Alliance infantry showed little mercy to these foreign soldiers. The dead foreigners' ID cards are now grisly souvenirs. Northern Alliance soldiers praised God as they made their way to the new front lines, much closer to the capital than they were when the day began.
Peter, tonight the bombing continues, but the fighting has died down along the new front. But some commanders are telling us that they plan to move into Kabul tomorrow, whether or not they get the green light to do so.
Thank you very much, David. That will worry the United States somewhat. In many parts of the world, a great many people are certainly pleased to see the Taliban in retreat. That's certainly what the bombing campaign was designed to accomplish. But at the United Nations today, where many nations are gathered, many people with a stake in Afghanistan wondered whether military developments were actually occurring too quickly. ABC's John McCarthy is at the Pentagon tonight. John, I wonder if a similar fear exists there.
At the Pentagon, not so much a fear, Peter, but definitely at the State Department and the UN, they wanted a slower pace. The goal was to try to set up some sort of power-sharing arrangement that might replace the Taliban, especially in Kabul, and also to set up some sort of international security force to protect Kabul, both from the invading force and the retreating force. It looks like neither one of those goals is going to be met.
Is there any real fear that the Taliban is, if not being routed, retreating to fight another day when the dust settles?
I think it would be fair to say that the U.S. does not know yet. One of the things that they are looking for is a strategic retreat. If that is in fact what is happening, instead of the outright collapse of the Taliban regime, especially if it's a retreat to the southern part of Afghanistan where they have more support, that could be much more trouble for the U.S. in the days ahead.
John, how involved are U.S. forces on the ground with the Northern Alliance as it moves forward?
Very involved, Peter. Not only are they calling in airstrikes, they are keeping very close to the commanders who are operating the various movements on the ground coming up against the Taliban troops. So they are there and they are working hand in glove.
Many thanks. John McWethy at the Pentagon tonight. There's just one other item from overseas today. Algeria suffered the worst flash flood in decades over the weekend. More than 500 people were killed, many of them washed out to sea. Today, rescue workers tried to unbury the bodies of victims as new storms are headed towards the capital, Algiers. When we come back, we'll take a closer look at flying. And there are no two ways about it, fear.
It was my grandson's birthday. He just turned 3. We're going to move him out of his crib and buy him a big boy bed. I was on chemo then, and I was exhausted. I said to the doctor, I need help. I'm on a mission.
If you're a chemotherapy patient and feel tired and weak, you may be anemic. Ask your doctor about Procrit. Procrit is a natural way to regain red blood cells lost during chemotherapy. And more red blood cells can mean more strength.
Oh, this is a great one. This is a good one.
Procrit is proven and safe. In studies, only diarrhea and edema occurred more often with Procrit than placebo. Procrit is for patients with non-myeloid cancers.
How do you like it up here now?
Good. Call now and learn how Procrit can help you get back the strength you need.
See? What'd I tell you?
Your strength for living.
He takes a lot of energy, but I never get tired of him.
Why do I
eat Healthy Choice Beef Tips Portobello? Because it has big tender chunks of beef.
Because it tastes great.
Did I mention it tastes great?
Because my body needs balanced nutrition. Why do I eat Healthy Choice?
Beef Tips Portobello.
It helps me do the things I like to do. That's why.
If you have a little difficulty bathing or care for someone who does, take comfort.
Take comfort. Take comfort. There's Comfort Bath. Take comfort.
Comfort Bath. Thick as a washcloth, disposable Comfort Bath can be microwaved for a warm, soothing bath. And Comfort Bath won't dry out skin like soap.
There's Comfort Bath. Take comfort.
Look for Comfort Bath at your drugstore.
An evening in front of the fireplace can be so relaxing, but each year there are thousands of reported chimney fires. Protect your home with CSL, the chimney sweeping log. It cleans your chimney while it burns. Inside your chimney walls, there's a constant buildup of highly flammable tar and creosote. The active minerals in CSL will dry out those dangerous deposits. Most of this dry, brittle material will then flake off harmlessly, making your next fires safer. So effective, burn it only once a year. CSL, the chimney sweeping log.
Available at Kmart, Ames, Eckerd, and Walgreens.
Stay with ABC News for the latest reports and new details on the crash of Flight 587. Then tomorrow, for the first word of the day, turn to Good Morning America.
We're going to take a closer look at the fear of flying tonight. It certainly exists. When the American Airlines flight crashed this morning, travelers were affected all over the country. And air travel since September the 11th was already down 25%. Many more people have decided to go on the ground this Thanksgiving. Here's ABC's Aaron Hayes on the traveling public today.
In the nation's airports today, the news caused delays and concern.
It's very sad. You know, we don't know what it was caused by. You know, so I'm a little nervous.
But not panic.
I think that if there were something to be fearful of, the airport would probably be closed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sad thing, you know, for the people involved and all. But I mean, as far as deterring me from flying or something, I hadn't done that.
Airlines, dealed since September 11th to be ready to react to trouble, quickly shifted schedules, rerouted passengers.
I still have to fly, so I still go.
And many passengers who for weeks have adjusted to long waits amid ever tighter security were today patient with the cancellations.
Hopefully we'll get all this ironed out eventually.
Some were clearly shaken by today's news.
I don't feel safe at all. And I was the first person to get back on a plane the week after the World Trade Center.
But many passengers echoed a sentiment familiar since September 11th, resolve.
It won't change my plans in the future.
Absolutely, we cannot change our plans. I think the president is right, and we just go ahead and do what we need to do.
Still, even before today, the airline industry was in rough shape. Today's tragedy comes just as the airlines had been making plans to recover.
2 months after the catastrophe of 9/11, with airlines struggling to get back into some sort of financial shape, it couldn't have come at a worse time.
How much worse things may be for the airline industry is difficult to say. Much will depend on how safe their passengers feel in the coming days. Aaron Hayes, ABC News, Atlanta.
When we continue this evening, one more blow to that neighborhood which had suffered so much already.
The same Caltrate that helps fight bone loss may help your colon too. In a recent study, Caltrate helped reduce the risk of recurrence of colon polyps, a risk factor for colon cancer. The same Caltrate you take for your bones, now for colon health too.
I'm every man.
And every woman who ever suffered from frequent, persistent heartburn.
If you've treated your heartburn and changed your diet, but it comes back 2 or more days a week, then you may know about the burning pain of acid reflux disease.
But there's something about acid reflux that I didn't know.
Over time, that acid churning up can wear away the lining of your esophagus.
I didn't know.
I didn't know.
I didn't.
But today, there's a purple pill called Nexium. It's from the makers of Prilosec. Just 1 prescription Nexium a day gives many people complete resolution of heartburn symptoms.
That could mean complete heartburn relief.
And importantly, Nexium is also proven to heal erosions in the esophagus caused by acid reflux. Only a doctor can determine if you have this damage. Other serious stomach conditions may still exist. The most common side effects of Nexium and Prilosec are headache, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. So talk to your doctor and call this number for more information and for a free trial certificate for Nexium.
Relieve the heartburn, heal the damage. It's possible with today's purple pill called Nexium.
Enter a new era of discovery at Bristol-Myers Squibb, where groundbreaking genetic research is underway.
Winning the Tour de France was a victory for cancer medicines. But Luke, it's just the start of incredible things to come.
At the Bristol-Myers Squibb Center for Applied Genomics, researchers strive to unlock the secrets of breast cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes to lead the way in new frontiers against disease.
Hope, triumph, and the miracle of medicine. Bristol-Myers Squibb Company.
Super Polygrip holds for the whole day. I never worry about my dentures moving, and I can eat foods now that I never could eat before. Eating an apple is a wonderful experience now. Super Polygrip really has given me my confidence back.
Ocean Spray is fortified with as much vitamin C as orange juice, so it's good for your whole body. Just leave the juicing to us. Ocean Spray. Crave the wave.
They fought for our country, and now it's time to give something back.
The Marines have landed!
21 seconds.
Oh, boy. Final answer.
Yes!
Millionaire continues its salute to America's heroes.
This is terrific.
It's the final night of the Millionaire Armed Services Edition. Tonight, 8/7 Central on ABC. Tomorrow, the latest on the crash of Flight 587. Plus, how will the crash affect America's already troubled airlines and the businesses that depend on them? Watch World News Tonight.
Just a brief review of our main story tonight. Another tragedy in New York City. An American Airlines flight carrying 260 passengers and crew crashed into a residential neighborhood. The mayor said it's a miracle it wasn't worse. No one is absolutely certain yet whether it was an accident or another act of terrorism. And finally this evening we're reminded of what Mayor Giuliani said about the casualties at the trade towers on September the 11th. Do you remember? When we get the final number, he said, it will be more than we can bear. Well, a considerable number of those casualties on the 11th were suffered by people who live in the Rockaway section in the borough of Queens, where the plane crashed this morning. Tonight, they have more to bear. Here's ABC's Bill Blakemore.
For this neighborhood in New York, it was as if they'd been hit a second time.
I said, oh my God, here we go again.
It's a shock to everybody because this neighborhood has lost over 80 people from the World Trade Center disaster. So we feel like we're doubly hit.
Mayor Giuliani realized it as he drove into the neighborhood.
The first thing that went through my mind is, oh my God, and I just passed a church in which I've been to, I think, 10 funerals.
The people of Rockaway are still burying victims from September 11th. Nearly 100 firefighters and police, stockbrokers and computer workers were lost in the trade towers from this proud community of Irish Catholics, Jews, Italians, and newer immigrants.
Nice neighborhood, very tight-knit.
Judith Rubin and Tom Mulvihill are longtime neighbors and friends.
My neighbor goes to temple and I go to church, and between the two of us, we pray.
Amid the chaos, the community spirit quickly emerged.
Thank you so much.
Coffee and sandwiches from their kitchens, and anything else that was needed.
Anything. If you want me to watch your kids, if you need food, if you need me to drive you somewhere, it's just this way the community works.
The people here in Rockaway already had a daily reminder of how much they've lost. Their magnificent view across the bay to Lower Manhattan. They're still trying to get used to the fact that the two towers are not there anymore. But the hardest realities are still to come, learning which neighbors may have been lost.
It's devastating. I mean, we still can't believe what happened with the World Trade Center. It still seems like a nightmare for me that I just haven't woken up from yet.
Bill Blakemore, ABC News, Queens, New York.
That's our report on World News tonight. Coming up in the remainder of this week on World News, the impact of today's crash on the companies who depend on the airlines. We'll take a closer look at the airlines themselves, too. How dependent the United States really is on oil from the Middle East, and the people who think that every American should carry a national ID card as a protection against terrorism. Don't forget Nightline later this evening. I hope we'll see you again tomorrow. I'm Peter Jennings. Good night.
It's not easy defending criminals.
Don't threaten me. She perjured herself, and you know it.
I don't know anything of the kind.
But whoever said it would be.
Got a hell of a client list.
I wasn't threatened. Our child was.
Philly, Tuesday at 10/9 Central after Blue on ABC. Viewer discretion advised.
From just looking at it, what did it say to you?
It said to me that this was an aircraft that was in distress, suffering mechanical damage. It looked to me that the crew of that aircraft was following standard procedure by getting that aircraft airborne again and then attempting to return back to JFK for a landing.
And people are reporting seeing the engine come off the wing. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw what looked like the engine separate from the wing of the aircraft and fall to the ground.
Have you ever heard of that in your aviation career?
Something as far as an engine separating from an airplane, no, I haven't heard of anything. Engine failures and fires, yes, but something that severe, no, not to this point.
So do you have any preliminary thoughts on this, what everyone's conjecturing, action versus cause? Accident versus cause?
Yeah, just from my standpoint as a pilot, I can say that, like I said, it appeared that the engine had gone on fire and that the crew made the decision to get the aircraft airborne and bring it up to a safe altitude to attempt to return for landing. It appeared to me, from what I saw, that that's the procedure they were following, which would be basically an industry standard procedure.
Thank you very much. When do you fly again, Paul?
Most likely next week I'll be back up.
Not nervous?
Well, I was a little nervous as far as flying after September 11th, as far as what we're going to do to increase security and to make air travel safer. That's definitely a concern. It's unfortunate this was an accident, but if there is a bright side to this, we don't think it was a terrorist attack. And as far as I can see and what the speculation out there leads to, it wasn't.
Thank you very much. That's Paul Maracina, pilot for U.S. Air. He saw it today. Also in New York is Cynthia Paithman. She saw the plane falling and crashing into homes. Are you there, Cynthia?
Yes, I am, Larry. Hi.
Okay. What did you see and where were you?
I was in my kitchen with my children. They were off from school today for Veterans Day, and we were making biscuits. We heard a very loud noise. My daughter said, oh, it's just the Concorde, and I said, I think it's kind of loud for that, and we heard a boom, and then we looked out the window, looking north, and we saw the plane come down. It looked like it was on fire, and we saw it come down in a house about 3 houses behind me diagonally.
What was your first thought?
I was scared. I was terrified. I was freaked out, and you know, I was waiting for the next shoe to drop.
So you related it immediately to September 11th?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Did any of the smoke or fire get near your house?
Oh, sure. Yes. Yeah, it's all over. It was, you know, it's right behind me, my whole neighborhood, and you know, everybody was out in the street, and you know, the emergency crews were here right away, and we were all trying to see what we could do. We brought sheets over, and you know, yeah,
how the children
we're
handle
all
it?
affected. My children are okay. They're scared, but they're okay. My son is with a friend of his tonight, and I think he's going to be okay with his friend, and my daughter's going to be with me.
So you saw metal fly from the sky, though, right?
No, sir, I didn't. I just saw the plane come down, and then I saw the flames and the smoke shooting up.
It's Phyllis that saw the metal. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Before we talk with Phyllis,
You're welcome.
Senator Schumer, what's your role in this? To comfort these people? What's the role?
Well, I've been in the Rockaways comforting. I'm trying to make sure that all the federal resources are here. Director Joe Albaugh of FEMA was right up here with the FEMA teams that we need, and down the road is to make sure that New York gets the kind of dollars we need. This is another strain on us. Obviously, at the site this afternoon, there were 2,000 police and firemen quickly going through the scene, and they've done a great job.
You know,
was also in Kabul today. He came across some extraordinary scenes right after the fall.
In the surroundings of the Intercontinental Hotel in the center of Kabul, we caught sight of a group of Arab and Pakistani Taliban trying desperately to escape the vengeance of the people of Kabul. A group of soldiers is hunting them down. Another one's bringing up some grenades to flush them out. They're trapped inside this building. But some local people have caught another one of the Taliban. He's an Arab. They make him call the others to get them to come out and surrender. And eventually it works. They're brought out as prisoners. This man is a Pakistani. The Arab gets particularly brutal treatment. In the jeep, there are other Taliban prisoners. This is the end of the Taliban in Afghanistan.
The BBC's John Simpson in Kabul. Simpson also came on a house where members of Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda organization are believed to have lived and worked. The place had been ransacked, but the reporters found all sorts of interesting documents, training certificates, and organizational chart. A business card from a Canadian company that specialized in flight simulators, and a manual in English with instructions on how to blow up bridges. Kabul's been a very unpredictable place for the last couple of days. A colleague of John Simpson, William Reeve of the BBC, was broadcasting live from there today when this happened. They don't know if it was a missile or a bomb, but they were all very fortunate, and no one was hurt. At the Pentagon today, the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said that U.S. Special Forces were on the ground in Kabul and in the southern part of the country as well, which the Taliban still controls. He also said that disarray in Afghanistan offered the U.S. an advantage in finding Osama bin Laden. ABC's John McCarthy is at the Pentagon tonight. As always, where I gather from what I hear today, John, they are pleased and a little nervous.
Peter, Pentagon officials are delighted with what has happened on the ground in Afghanistan, but they also are aware that it is something that they are not quite sure of where it is going to go from here. American Special Operations troops were outside Kabul this morning and later moved with Afghan opposition forces into the city. The Pentagon signaled it would quickly make use of territory taken by the Northern Alliance, with plans to repair and use 2 airfields, one outside Kabul and one near Mazar-e-Sharif in the north. They would be used to bring in humanitarian and military supplies. Officials say that American warplanes are bombing the Taliban as its forces retreat from Kabul, showing no mercy.
If they reorganize in the south, we're going to go get them. If they go to ground, we will, as the president said, root them out.
In the midst of all the chaos, intelligence sources tell ABC News that Osama bin Laden and his inner circle are on the move, having left the mountain caves where they were believed to be hiding.
As they are moving away from places they've previously been located, they're visible.
Or so the U.S. hopes. Officials say extra AC-130 gunships were brought into the area for their ability to monitor the roads and to react quickly. The U.S. has also put more special operations troops into southern Afghanistan. They are not working with opposition groups, officials say, but they are devoting their efforts entirely to the hunt for bin Laden. Peter?
Thank you, John. John McCarthy at the Pentagon. Now let's go to the White House. President Bush had a meeting today, the first of several this week, with the Russian President Vladimir Putin, and afterwards they talked to reporters about Afghanistan. ABC's Terry Moran was there. Terry, as good as today was, they're also a bit anxious.
They are a bit, Peter, because with events unfolding so rapidly in Afghanistan, the question of what comes next there has become paramount for President Bush.
The Northern Alliance has pledged to the president that their move into the capital is temporary.
They intend not to occupy Kabul, which is fine. That's the way it ought to be. And we will continue to work with their commanders. We've got troops there with their commanders, and we will continue to urge restraint.
At a joint press conference with the Russian president, Mr. Putin said the Northern Alliance forces had no choice but to enter the city.
There was complete lawlessness in that city, and the situation must be put under control.
In the scramble now to create a post-Taliban government, Mr. Bush said the Northern Alliance should not assume that they have an advantage.
There is no preferential place at the bargaining table. All people will be treated the same.
At the UN today, an effort to form a post-Taliban government. Diplomats were planning a grand council of Afghan tribal leaders from all parts of the country, with the exiled king presiding. But the man in charge of the UN effort said a new government is an urgent matter.
Time is now of the essence, and it is indispensable and urgent that the efforts of the various Afghan groups be brought together.
Until that occurs, the UN is considering a multinational force from Muslim countries. But U.S. officials admitted that American and British troops may have to move in first.
Afghanistan dominated this meeting, which once would have been called a summit, but there were other more familiar issues discussed. Most notably, Peter, President Bush announced an astonishing 2/3 reduction in the U.S. offensive nuclear arsenal, and President Putin said Russia would respond in kind.
Thanks, Terry. A subject we'll return to later in the week. Finally, on the subject of Afghanistan for today, a quick conversation with the Pakistani journalist who knows the Taliban and the region so well. We've talked to Ahmed Rashid many times. We made the latest call just a few hours ago. Ahmed, so what has happened to the Taliban? A strategic retreat or what?
What we know is that hundreds of Taliban have thrown down their weapons and have come up to the Pakistan border and are trying to get in as refugees. Hundreds more have gone back to their villages, not wanting to fight anymore. But there's still a strong hard core which is rallying around Mullah Omar and the Arab leadership under bin Laden, who are going to fight. They've taken to the mountains.
And do they have the potential to mount an effective guerrilla war, do you think?
They're going to be like fish out of water, because more and more commanders now are going in trying to rally their tribes and their clans against the Taliban.
Is this war on the verge of being over, or is it a phase that is over?
I think a phase is over. I think what we are going to see now for several weeks and possibly months is a great ferment and military action in the south of the country. What hopefully we're going to see in the north of the country now is humanitarian relief, aid workers coming in, feeding the Afghan population, and the start of a process to set up a new Afghan government.
Today in Afghanistan, and a momentous day. When we come back, we'll turn to the American Airlines crash. What the black boxes say. From Washington tonight, casting a dragnet for 5,000 men, the latest from the Justice Department. And at the end of the broadcast, the Harry Potter stratagem on the eve of the movie.
This is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings, brought to you by Gateway.
Okay, the coast is clear. Good. Listen, Teddy, everyone's excited about the new Windows XP, right? Yeah. Well, now we get them really fired up. We take XP, we load it onto our 300S. We add a free CD burner, include a flat screen, and we sell it all for $9.99.
$9.99 with a flat screen?
Exactamundo.
Tired of struggling down glass after glass of powdered fiber for regularity? Consider refreshing glasses of water with FiberCon tablets. A whole lot easier to take.
And every bit as effective as powder.
FiberCon, refreshingly easier to take.
Ziploc containers test number 3. With our new divided containers, a sandwich, salad, and brownie doesn't turn into a brownie salad sandwich. Ziploc, all you ever wanted in a container.
Your eyes need nutrition as well as the rest of your body, so Centrum and Centrum Silver added lutein to help maintain your precious sight. Now your eyes, your toes, and everything in between are covered by Centrum and Centrum Silver. More complete from A to Zinc.
After the new Chevy Trailblazer, everything else just seems kind of weak. The all-new 270 horsepower Chevy Trailblazer, like a rock.
Imagine combining the stain-fighting power of Efferdent and freshening power of Listerine. You'd get Efferdent Plus. It's extra fresh, and nothing gets your dentures cleaner. Efferdent Clean, Listerine Fresh. That's Efferdent Plus.
In New York today, police said 262 bodies have been found in the wreckage of American Airlines Flight 587, and that includes 2 people who were on the ground. 5 more are still missing. Investigators have now found both of the black boxes, and here is ABC's Lisa Snark on the investigation the day afterwards. Lisa?
Well, Peter, the National Transportation Safety Board has done most of the analysis on the cockpit voice recorder, which was found first. Sources say there is no sound of an explosion on that recorder, and investigators say the evidence still points toward an accident, not a terrorist attack. New York police were on Jamaica Bay near Kennedy Airport today searching for more wreckage. They found the plane's rudder in the water. And investigators released new information about what was on the cockpit voice recorder. The first hint of a problem came less than 2 minutes after takeoff.
At 107 seconds after the start of the takeoff roll, an airframe rattling noise was heard.
Something was causing the plane to shake. 7 seconds later, the captain says he believes they are flying through the wake turbulence of a jet up ahead. 7 seconds after that, the Airbus A300 shakes again. The co-pilot, who is flying the plane, calls for maximum engine power, but that does not help.
There are several comments suggesting loss of control of the aircraft at 127 seconds after the takeoff roll initiation.
17 seconds later, the plane crashes. From the first hint of a problem to the end, a total of 37 seconds.
The central question is what caused the vertical stabilizer to fail? And Perhaps wake turbulence played a role.
Aviation experts are trying to figure out how the plane came apart, which pieces came off first. They are puzzled that a section of the tail snapped off cleanly and fell into the bay. Clues may come from the flight data recorder, which was found today with the main wreckage. It is a big break for investigators. The recorder may contain valuable information about the plane's engines, as well as its mechanical and navigational systems. And they will look very closely at the GE engines. Engines like these have had problems in the past. Now, the plane that took off ahead of the American Airlines flight was a 747. Investigators are still trying to determine if it was close enough to cause the kind of severe turbulence it would take to break apart American Airlines Flight 587. Peter?
Thanks, Lisa. Lisa Stark at the scene of the crash today. There was an interesting and sad scene in the other New York City neighborhood today, which was so badly affected, Washington Heights. Tonight, the residents there constructed a makeshift memorial for the people who died. Washington Heights has a very large population of Dominican Americans, and the vast majority of people on Flight 587 were Dominican. This is also a community which lost many people in the attack on the trade towers. When we come back this evening, the Justice Department has another idea which raises some civil rights questions. And at the end of the broadcast, as we said, the strategy to conquer the world, the selling of Harry Potter.
Why do I eat?
New Healthy Choice Creamy Tomato Soup. Why?
Because it has delicious, rich, sun-ripened tomatoes.
Why else do I eat Healthy Choice Soup? That's why.
If I had a man like Hefty.
If I had a man like Hefty,
he'd always be coming up with new ways to impress me.
Introducing Hefty the Gripper, the first kitchen bag with a stretch and grip top so it hugs the can and won't slip.
Oh, and he'd know how to hold on tight.
Then he wouldn't cave under pressure. Nothing's made like the Gripper. It stretches, grips, and stays put so it can take it like a man.
And when I'm done with him, ciao, baby.
Bye-bye. So long. The Gripper. New from Hefty. The strong, dependable type.
Go get that, Frank.
Hello? Baxter!
Crunchy Meow Mix Seafood Middles. Mackerel and tuna flavors make it taste so good. Cats ask for it. By name.
Is 106 cubic feet of interior space really necessary? As a matter of fact, it is. Avalon, the most spacious sedan we've ever created.
Over the years, I've learned that when something works, you stick with it. There you go. After bypass surgery a few years ago, I needed to lower my cholesterol. My doctor told me about Zocor. He said Zocor, along with a healthy diet and exercise, could really lower my cholesterol. Okay, let's do it again. Taking Zocor every day has kept my cholesterol where it should be and significantly reduces the risk of heart attack among people with high cholesterol and heart disease. That's something to feel good about.
Zocor is a prescription medication and is not for everyone, including women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant, or people with liver problems. Your doctor may do blood tests to check for liver problems because serious side effects can result. Tell your doctor about any muscle pain or weakness you experience and about any medicines you are taking.
Good job! When diet and exercise aren't enough, ask your doctor about Zocor. Take care of yourself. It's your future. Be there.
Tomorrow, what if the same technology that the Pentagon uses to track missiles could cure your sinus problems forever? This isn't sci-fi. Don't miss Good Morning America.
From Washington quite late today, a piece of news the implications of which we do not quite yet fully understand. Before he left for Texas today, President Bush signed a military order which allows non-U.S. citizens accused of terrorism to be tried by special military courts. The White House says the order is designed for suspects accused of being at the highest levels of international terrorism. And it is, the White House says, the same kind of order used by President Franklin Roosevelt and Lincoln during wartime. The Justice Department also said today that it has drawn up a list of 5,000 young men that it wants to question. They have all come to the United States in the last 2 years. With the details, ABC's Pierre Thomas in Washington.
Law enforcement officials plan to interview men ages 18 to 33 who entered the U.S. since January 2000 from countries where Osama bin Laden is known to have operatives.
Justice has a new mission, a new calling against an old evil.
Sources tell ABC News the people under scrutiny come from a variety of countries, including U.S. allies, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt.
Justice Department officials say the interviews are voluntary and that the men they plan to contact are not suspects, but people who may have useful information.
But once again, some say the Justice Department has touched a nerve when it comes to civil rights.
It has to do with perhaps students and families or parents that do not want to see their daughter or son, in the case of the males here, subjected to what they might think is racial profiling or religious profiling or ethnic profiling.
Law enforcement officials plan to start looking for the men immediately. Pierre Thomas, ABC News, Washington.
And now we turn to economics. There was a surge of optimism today on Wall Street. Stocks increased sharply as the Taliban fled Kabul, and investors realized that yesterday's airline crash appears unrelated to terrorism. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was up 196 points to close at 9,750. On the NASDAQ, stocks were up almost 52 points. When we come back, last item in the broadcast, the Harry Potter offensive. It is all about art and commerce.
C. Move. Beat. The future of vitamin C is here. Ester C, a patented non-acidic vitamin C that supports your immune system and the health of your eyes, joints, and cardiovascular system. Don't settle for less. Ester C, your body will know the difference.
It was my grandson's birthday. He just turned 3. We're going to move him out of his crib and buy him a big boy bed. I was on chemo then, and I was exhausted. I said to the doctor, I need help. I'm on a mission.
If you're a chemotherapy patient and feel tired and weak, you may be anemic. Ask your doctor about Procrit. Procrit is a natural way to regain red blood cells lost during chemotherapy. And more red blood cells can mean more strength.
Oh, this is a great one. This is a good one.
Procrit is proven and safe. In studies, only diarrhea and edema occurred more often with Procrit than placebo. Procrit is for patients with non-myeloid cancers.
How do you like it up here now?
Good. Call now and learn how Procrit can help you get back the strength you need.
See? What'd I tell you?
Your strength for living.
He takes a lot of energy, but I never get tired of him.
Super Polygrip gives me everything I want in an adhesive. I want firm hold. I want long-lasting hold. I want a snug fit. With Super Polygrip, I now have the confidence to just pick up a cob of corn and eat it, bite it, and enjoy it.
When that pastrami on rye catches up with me, heartburn big time. My passenger says, here, take a Zantac 75. I say, what are you, a doctor? And he says, yeah.
Zantac 75, the heartburn relief doctors trust.
The more you live, the more a bladder control issue shouldn't hold you back. New Serenity Slender gives you 3 layers of protection. The core of super absorbers keeps you drier. New Serenity Slender. More protection, less bad. Now that's more you.
Spell microphone.
M-I-C-K-E-Y M-O-U-S-E Mickey Mouse. Forever and as old as
You were the first Disney generation. Now come be a kid again at our spectacular year-long tribute to Walt's 100th birthday. Call 1407-W-Disney.
One partner is laid to rest.
Danny was a good cop.
Now the new partnership
You've all met John Clark. He's been assigned to our squad.
may not last.
This kid has got to go. What happened? Bringing him in is really pulling a squad together.
A brand new NYPD Blue. ABC tonight, 9/8 Central, followed by a new Philly. Viewer discretion advised.
There are missing nuclear materials, and there's new evidence of a black market connection to this man. Just how close is he to having nuclear materials? On World News Tonight.
Finally this evening, here he comes again, Harry Potter. Indeed, for many people, he is a welcome, if brief, distraction from all the news about war and terrorism. And you've probably already heard that the boy wizard from the books is about to appear in the movies. If you haven't heard, it isn't because his patrons aren't trying. The first Harry Potter movie opens on Friday. Talk about marketing. Here's ABC's Brian Rooney.
Mr. Potter, our new celebrity.
But Harry Potter is much more than a book, more than a movie. The boy wizard is the centerpiece of a global corporate strategy. The movie was made by the film division of the newly formed conglomerate AOL Time Warner. With everything from television to magazines and internet service, they reach customers 2.5 billion times a month. New York writer Ken Auletta calls the movie release the Harry Potter offensive.
I have heard them say that you won't be able to move an inch without confronting Harry Potter. And we see this as perhaps the biggest movie franchise in the history of movies.
Harry Potter will be used to sell AOL Time Warner toys, games, t-shirts, music, and internet service. Magazines owned by the media giant feature Harry Potter. Click on Movie Phone on the internet, owned by AOL Time Warner. There's Harry. But Warner executives say they know that even amidst all this, they still need to protect what's known in movie speak as a valuable literary property.
We have to be very careful to not exploit, not over-commercialize, not take it from the kids and turn it into something that it's not.
Some critics say they already have.
What they're doing to Harry Potter is making it another widget inside the larger corporation. It's not about magic or fantasy or wizardry even. It's about selling more subscriptions.
Harry Potter is opening to tepid reviews, too faithful to the book, some say.
Come on now, hurry up!
But with 6 more books still to convert, there's plenty of time to build a film and marketing franchise that could last until young Harry is a wizened wizard. Brian Rooney, ABC News, Hollywood.
That's our report on World News Tonight. Tomorrow on the broadcast, hunger in the country.
Hours after the crash, I would say maybe around noon or 1 p.m., when a fellow colleague of ours called me to let me know that he was on that flight. As it turns out, Felix is part of an organization that we all belong to called the Dominican American Professional Alliance, which is about 320 or so young men and women, primarily Dominican, who are professionals from all fields, and it includes attorneys like myself, but it has teachers, actors, writers, and people on Wall Street. And Felix was one of those people, and he certainly fit the mold of a young person who was up and coming, and this is just heartbreaking.
And I guess what has to make it especially traumatic for you and his family is the fact that he cheated death the first time. Was that something he talked about the stars having been lined up in the right way, or God having been with him to allow him to quit his job on September 10th?
I mean, it's certainly something that he thought about. He spoke about it. You know, there were many other people who, from the neighborhood who were at the World Trade Center that day and got out. But he certainly thought that he got a new lease on life. And he also spoke about 2 people that he lost at the World Trade Center from Merrill Lynch. So it was tough on him and his family.
And how did the tragedy affect his planning for the future?
I think that he had always wanted to do something within his community, something where he can give back to his community as a professional. He was a financial advisor. Well, a very exciting area and profitable area was to give financial advice to so many Dominican and Latin American baseball players. And he was on this flight specifically to go down there and start a new venture in that area.
How's his family holding up?
Not very well. I don't think any of the families on that flight or the people in Rockaways are handling this very well. As a city, we're devastated because of what happened 2 months ago. And a lot is being made, of course, of the tragedy going through the Rockaways and how they've lost so many people at the World Trade Center. Well, the Dominican community in New York, on a conservative estimate, lost about 45 people, whether they be Dominican nationals or Dominican Americans related to families there. And the bulk of the people on this flight came from the neighborhood of Washington Heights in Upper Manhattan, a predominantly Dominican neighborhood. And We've been in mourning with the city since the 11th, and now we're continuing to be in mourning with the loss of so many brothers and sisters on that flight.
And I know you feel very strongly that there are people out there who might not be getting the kind of support they need, and you have a phone number that you wanted to get out this morning.
That is true. There's a community-based organization which is organizing the efforts, and it's Alianza Dominicana. Anyone who can help or provide assistance, I asked them to call 212-740-1960.
We hope that helps. Oscar, take care. Thank you very much for coming in at such a difficult time.
Thank you for having me, Paula.
Take care. Still ahead, a community already trying.
Leaders in Kandahar. A couple of days ago, the Taliban lost control of Kandahar, and now it's only a matter of time until the Taliban until the Northern Alliance, that is, move in.
Is it fair to say that the Taliban are now completely on the run, or are you still hearing reports that there may be pockets of resistance?
Yes, there are pockets of resistance. The local Afghans who were Taliban were granted an amnesty if they turned in their guns. Many of them seem to be taking up that offer. The foreigners are the ones who are really loathed by the Afghans. Those are the guys who are getting killed by mobs, or were getting killed by mobs in Kabul. There were even Northern Alliance soldiers protecting those guys from the crowds. Those guys are fighting. They scattered into the hills, and they're being hunted down right now by the Northern Alliance. Some may have escaped back to Pakistan. It's not clear how many.
Sebastian Younger in Kabul, thank you very much. When we come back, different rules, increased secrecy, putting terrorists on trial in American military courts.
This is ABC News Nightline, brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Enter a new era of discovery at Bristol Myers Squibb, where groundbreaking genetic research is underway.
Winning the Tour de France was a victory for cancer medicines. But Luke, it's just the start of incredible things to come.
At the Bristol Myers Squibb Center for Applied Genomics, researchers strive to unlock the secrets of breast cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes to lead the way in new frontiers against disease.
Hope, triumph, and the miracle of medicine. Bristol Myers Squibb Company.
I know something of attraction. I know something of power. The new car, I think it knows too.
The all-new Lexus ES300, a new world of luxury. At your Lexus dealer.
Thursday, only on Primetime, United Flight 93. For the first time, actual voices from inside the cockpit on Primetime.
Okay, let's keep going. I've got a 9-year-old boy who's into gaming.
Check the R zone for the hot new system.
Good. What is the Leapfrog Learning Center?
An interactive area devoted to learning toys.
Good. Pay attention, Lorraine. Where can I find a stuffed amphibian?
That would be Animal Alley.
How about a Tickle Me Oscar?
Trick question, there is no Tickle Me Oscar. You never tickle a grouch.
Excellent. Here you go. And remember, it's a toy store. Let's have fun out there.
Come to the grand reopening of Toys R Us, where our team is better trained to help than ever before.
Photo.
No more nasal.
Oh, okay. Oh, no.
The new Nissans are here, and we've made the best even better. Like the new 2002 Nissan Sentra. Want attitude? Want features? Want more? How about 0% short-term financing plus $500 cash back on a new Nissan Sentra? AAA's top car. Hey, there's no better time than now to drive the best. 0% financing plus $500 cash back. Offers end November 30th. Nissan. Driven.
For President Bush, the new executive order that would allow military tribunals to try Osama bin Laden and other foreign terrorists is still only an option. No such courts have yet been established. But in theory, any non-American terrorist named by the president could be tried, convicted, and even sentenced to death in secret. Here's more from ABC News correspondent Jackie Judd.
The terrorists who did this, the administration said forcefully today, lost their right to be tried under the normal rules of justice.
Foreign terrorists who commit war crimes against the United States, in my judgment, are not entitled to and do not deserve the protections of the American Constitution.
We'll have the kind of treatment of these individuals that we believe they deserve.
The military order signed by the president applies to foreigners who've engaged in or conspired to commit acts of international terrorism. President Bush would decide who would go before a military tribunal. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld would then exercise vast power in appointing the tribunal members and establishing the rules.
The framework that the president has established is likely to encourage prompt proceedings and is also likely to make it, let's say, somewhat less difficult for the government to obtain a conviction.
Critics say by signing the order, Mr. Bush is undermining his own claim to be fighting for American values.
One of those values is justice, and we have an entire system designed to achieve that. And to forsake that now is essentially to betray the cause we're fighting for.
There's been an explosion deep below the 110-story towers of the World Trade Center in New York City.
But supporters of the president's decision say the criminal trials of Ramzi Yousef and others who plotted the bombing of the World Trade Center in 1993 are proof positive of the need for a departure from civilian law. They say the defendants threw up procedural roadblocks, that the trial gave the terrorists a stage on which to vent their beliefs, and a window into how the government pursued terrorists. But in a military tribunal, some or all of it could be held in secret anywhere in the world. Hearsay could be introduced as evidence. Intelligence information and the source of it could be closely guarded. The defendant does not have an absolute right to challenge all the evidence against him. The verdict does not need to be unanimous. Guilt does not need to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And appeals are severely limited.
What we're going to see is a tribunal that is crafted to get at the facts as they happened and not necessarily to observe the many nuances and subtleties of constitutional jurisprudence as they've developed in peacetime for the United States.
The use of a military tribunal is not new, and it has been upheld by the Supreme Court. During the Revolutionary War, a suspected spy was tried, convicted, and hanged by a tribunal. The conspirators in the plot to kill Abraham Lincoln went before a tribunal, as did 8 Nazi saboteurs in 1942.
The recent landing of saboteurs from Nazi submarines sounds a new alert for all Americans.
In the space of 6 weeks, they were caught, tried, convicted, unsuccessful in an appeal, and most were executed. In each of those cases, war had been declared. In this case, of course, there has not been an official declaration. Critics worry that the coalition Mr. Bush pulled together for the fight against Osama bin Laden will be pulled apart by this decision.
We are trying to gain the confidence and the support of people in Muslim countries around the world, as well as in our coalition. From that point of view, this is disastrous. They're asking us for evidence. We're now saying, well, we can't give you the evidence.
The military order is yet another step Washington is taking to tighten the legal noose around those responsible for September the 11th. Certain lawyer-client conversations can now be monitored. Suspects can be detained longer than normal. Rules governing searches and surveillance have been relaxed. Civil liberties supporters say need to be viewed differently today.
All of these protections of individual liberties make a great deal of sense when we're talking about American citizens, when we're talking about the application of normal laws in peacetime.
The president's order does not cover Americans. The notion was never seriously debated. An administration official says there is a greater possibility of the innocent being found guilty by a tribunal than by a civilian court. So out of basic considerations of fairness, the official said, Americans were excluded. This is Jackie Judd for Nightline in Washington.
Does an accused terrorist deserve a different kind of justice? Two views of that when we come back.
I'll never watch TV instead of doing homework or hide laundry under my bed. I'll be the best dog if you give me what I need.
You've got one chance to raise a healthy puppy. Introducing new Purina One brand large breed puppy formula. Purina has created the first and only puppy foods with a nutrient proven to help reduce the percentage of body fat during growth. So large breed puppies grow lean and healthy. And research shows these puppies need less fat and more love. Purina One, second to none.
Where the long days continue. Thank you for that, Jim.
Okay, Brian.
Late word out of Afghanistan tonight that those 8 foreign aid workers, including 2 American women being held by the Taliban, have been released. After their release, they were flown by American military helicopters to safe ground in Pakistan. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Islamabad with the very latest. Ron?
Brian, we understand the 8 detainees, 8 free detainees, I should say, are now heading to Islamabad and should be arriving here very shortly, early this morning, where they will be greeted by their parents, some of whom have been waiting here, maintaining a vigil since after August 3rd, when they were arrested in Afghanistan and charged with proselytizing, spreading Christianity in what was then one of the most strictly Muslim countries in the world. We understand that the 8 are in good physical condition. They were picked up by U.S. Special Forces helicopters about 50 miles southwest of Kabul at about 2:40 in the morning local time here. It's unclear exactly how they got to that position because we've been hearing reports that they had been moved to Kandahar, the Taliban stronghold, when Kabul fell a couple of days ago. You understand that they were taken to Kandahar, and it was unclear what their status was going to be, and there had been reports for a couple of days now, there had been speculation, I perhaps should say, that they were going to be released, but now we're hearing that good news that they are in fact freed. In talking to John Mercer, Heather Mercer's father, who's been here, he said that the plan was to try and get them out of Pakistan and back to the United States, and for the others back to Germany and Australia, where they come from, as soon as possible, assuming that their medical condition was good. And again, we're hearing that they're in pretty good physical condition. We've also been in touch with some of the relatives in the United States. They have relatives in places like Tennessee and upstate New York, in Vienna, Virginia, and we're hearing that they're, of course, quite jubilant and very pleased to hear that their daughters have been set free. Heather Mercer is 24, Dana Curry is 30, and she just turned 30 while in captivity. They'd been jailed since August 3rd, and so they were just passing the 100-day mark in captivity, but now, again, they're free. Brian?
Ron, it'll be interesting to hear the backstory to all this. It may take days and weeks to come out because, in effect, they were hostages that, as you mentioned, the Taliban was picking up and taking with them on the road. They were political collateral, and they aren't anymore by definition.
Indeed, there was also a trial going on, and I use the word trial in parentheses and quotes. They were charged, they faced a charge that in fact carried the death penalty in Afghanistan of spreading Christianity. So for a time this trial was going on. There was an attorney who was going back and forth. But once the American bombing started in Afghanistan on October 7th, the entire process became very politicized, and the Taliban were holding on to the 8 detainees as one bit of leverage that they had. And at different points in the process, the Taliban did make gestures to the United States saying that they would perhaps release them if in fact there could be some deal struck that would prevent or stop the bombing campaign. But again, it seems now that all of that has fallen by the wayside. It's unclear exactly how they were released. The United States is saying that there was no military action involved. We know there were a number of non-governmental organizations, aid organizations that were negotiating, talking to the Taliban on their behalf, trying to get them set free. It appears in the chaos of what was going on in the past couple of days in Kabul and Kandahar, though they have been set free, and the bottom line is that they're in good condition.
Ron Allen, where it's already morning in Islamabad. Ron, as always, thank you. Tonight we have a look at what it's like when the Taliban pack up and leave after 5 years of iron-fisted rule. The capital city of Kabul, Afghanistan, is trying to figure out just what normal is tonight. Our report from correspondent Julian Mannion of the British television network ITN.
Taliban stragglers are still being hunted down in Kabul. 2 men were set upon by the crowd on suspicion of being members of the fundamentalist army. Their denials did not prevent another punch being thrown by a Northern Alliance soldier. Finally, they were taken away by taxi for investigation. At a Northern Alliance camp, suspects are kept in a lorry container. Inside, 1 Afghan and 4 Pakistanis. They too denied any involvement with the Taliban. One man said he had come to Kabul to work as a male nurse. Another said he was sightseeing. Their guards did not appear convinced. Roles have dramatically reversed in the last 48 hours. This, I discovered, was one of the Taliban's secret prisons, equipped with primitive manacles and basement cells for their enemies. Our interpreter found some chilling documents.
For example, here is written, in prison, Amanullah, for an unknown time.
An unknown time?
Yeah, yeah.
So that could be as long as they like?
The days are not specified here, just in prison.
The prison was next to the former Prime Minister's mansion, from where senior Taliban leaders controlled Kabul and planned their war. Now it is strewn with the debris of a hasty departure. The Taliban legacy includes widespread poverty and the oppression of women, who are denied any right to be seen or to express themselves. Today, scores of them, still clad in the suffocating veil which the Taliban required by law, came to collect a handout of free rice. They told me that they had nothing at home to feed their families, and one of them spoke of her hatred of the veil. While an official appealed for calm, a man beside him seized a stick and tried to silence the women before he was restrained. The Northern Alliance is changing the laws, but it still takes courage for a woman to show her face. Elsewhere in the city, refugees who fled are coming back, but it will take time, a lot of time, for anything resembling a normal society to emerge. Julian Mannion, ITN, Kabul.
Despite the military's success in Afghanistan, as we've been reporting here tonight, no one knows exactly where Osama bin Laden and his followers are hiding. As Jim Miklashevsky reported from the Pentagon a few minutes ago, special forces are now searching the caves and mountains of southern Afghanistan to search for bin Laden. For more now on the man they are hunting and how difficult the mission just might be, we are joined by Peter Bergen, one of the few journalists to have interviewed Osama bin Laden. His book, Holy War, Inc., Inside the Secret World of Osama bin Laden, was just published last week. He is with us tonight from Washington. Mr. Bergen, how much do Americans still have to fear from this man in your estimation?
Well, I think, you know, I'm not by nature either a pessimist or an alarmist, but I think with the events of September 11th, I think it's pretty clear that for bin Laden, all bets are off. And in my view, Brian, we haven't heard the last from him. I think that one of the hallmarks of this organization he runs is to do the unexpected, whether that's attacking the Trade Center in the Pentagon on September 11th or attacking U.S. embassies in Africa. The other hallmark is to do ever more complex and sophisticated operations. I think that we have not heard the last from him, unfortunately.
Is there a danger that while the Americans and Northern Alliance continue to gallop right along, that, how to put this, that he will try to save face somehow if he is made to feel at all pathetic or on the run?
Well, I think that he's thought through. I think he understood there was going to be a very strong American military response to the events of September 11th. I think that he has thought through what he's doing. He keeps a mark of his confidence, I think, is the interview he gave last weekend to a Pakistani journalist. You know, somebody from outside the inner circle who was allowed in. In that interview, he made a number of discomforting statements about his possession of nuclear and chemical weapons. I don't believe that he has a conventional atomic weapon or real chemical weapons, but he certainly has some capability in this area because the organization has sought to acquire these materials, has experimented with chemical weapons in a kind of amateur way. I think that he does have those sorts of capabilities, and I think that he would use them.
Since you have sat down with him, would you also agree that he is given to hyperbole at times? And the second part of the question is, how dangerous are his followers in a world without him?
Well, if he's given to hyperbole, it's hyperbole of a, you know, when we interviewed him in 1997, you know, he was talking about declaring war against the United States. Well, that turned out to be not a rhetorical flourish. He was deadly serious about it. So in terms of the hyperbolic nature of his statements, I'm not entirely sure that he is a sort of a hyperbolist. On the other question, what is the organization without bin Laden? I think bin Laden and obviously the United States government is going after not only bin Laden but the entire top leadership of this organization. I think it would be dealt a severe blow without that leadership, because they're the people who have the long history of organizing these kinds of things. They're the people. Bin Laden is the chief rhetorician of the movement, if you will. I think without them it's a severe blow.
I guess what I'm asking is, do they lose their will? I heard someone theorizing last night that he would leave instructions behind, assuming his own death.
I think he's assumed his own death, and I think that the horse has left the barn to some degree, Brian, in the sense that thousands of people have gone through his camps and learned the sort of skills that turn you into an effective terrorist, and his message has really gone out around the world. Without him, however, he is the leader of the movement, but it is a movement. It's not just one man.
The United States has sometimes in the past liked to think it can kind of will things to happen, and I don't imagine it can will away the level of hatred that will still exist, I guess, in a world without him.
Well, one thing I think, Brian, in Pakistan you're seeing these demonstrations in favor of bin Laden, but you're looking at tens of thousands of people. You're not looking at hundreds of thousands or millions of people. I think that he represents an extremely minority position in the Muslim world. Sure, there are people who are opposed to American policies in the Middle East, but they're not prepared to do violence, and that's what he and his perhaps tens of thousands of followers would like to do. But that is a tiny minority. After all, there are 1 billion Muslims in the world.
The book is Holy War, Inc. Inside the Secret World of Osama bin Laden. Our thanks to its author, Peter Bergen, for joining us tonight from Washington. We're going to pause here. When we come back, the latest tonight on the crash of American Airlines Flight 587. Investigators now focusing on the tail section. What caused it to come off just after takeoff, apparently? And big news, a big reversal from the American Red Cross tonight regarding all that money raised to help the victims of September 11th.
Williams, Matthews, Holt, Banfield, Sawyer. Afghanistan, Pakistan, Israel, Iraq, Egypt, Washington, D.C. Worldwide resources, the most experienced team. Groundbreaking documentaries. The whole picture, MSNBC.
If your hair is thinning, call 1-800-HAIR-CLUB now for this free booklet. The Hair Loss Resource Center, giving you the information you need to make an educated decision on hair loss. Whether you're just starting to thin or experiencing advanced hair loss, Hair Club has an option that's right for you. Hair Club, the answers you've been waiting for.
Hi, I'm Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon.com. When news breaks, the people of MSNBC bring you the whole picture, live, 24 hours a day. To learn more, books give us the lessons of history, analysis, and opinion. That's why we put together a selection of books, including those you see here, to help bring you clarity and perspective. So log on now to our special website, Amazon.com/NBC, because no matter where you live, books expand our world.
The rebels marched through Afghanistan with surprising ease. But what will it take to finally capture bin Laden and his key leaders? Waging War, tomorrow at 10 on MSNBC.
They say it's gonna be one tough winter. To take on the cold, you need LL Bean outerwear. Boots, fleecewear, rugged parkas from a company in Maine that knows winter. LL Bean outerwear. There's no better way to stay warm. Prepare for the cold. Call LL Bean now or shop online to order your winter gear.
How can you provide for the future of the people who depend on you? With the power of Pacific Life. For over 130 years, Pacific Life has improved the lives of millions with investments, annuities, and insurance. Because careful planning today can help them reach their dreams tomorrow. Discover the power of Pacific Life.
To a perfect evening.
Was it a snake? No, the champagne's not Corbel.
Corbel, for people who know champagne.
NTSB investigators tonight are trying to determine if something, possibly turbulence, could have caused the huge vertical tail section of American Airlines Flight 587 to fall off. American Airlines is concerned enough to have ordered an inspection of its fleet of Airbuses tonight. We are joined now by NBC News correspondent Robert Hager, who was at JFK where 587 took off. Bob, good evening.
Good evening, Brian. Well, you're absolutely right. All the attention here is centered on the tail of the plane, the question of why it broke off, and also the role of turbulent air, which seems to have started the chain of events, that turbulent air trailing from another plane which was in front of the doomed airliner. Now, as for the tail back here, it's made in this model of plane with a special composite material. And that's what seems to have broken. In a moment, you'll see the real thing here, but I want you to see what you're going to be looking at, this round part of the plane, and then right here in the tail, where this part of the tail is fastened. Today, investigators swarm over the tail area of the fuselage, even crawling inside for a closer look, peering particularly at the 6 joints on top that are supposed to hold the upright part of the tail to the plane. All 6 visibly torn by what investigators believe was some kind of great force in flight, allowing that part of the tail to break off and leave the plane uncontrollable. Could wake turbulence have played a role? Investigators tonight chart the track of a Japanese 747 in blue that took off first, and the doomed American airliner behind it in red. It shows that at the closest, they were 4.3 miles apart, over a mile farther than the minimum standard, but close enough that turbulence could have been a factor.
We do not know whether this really contributed in any way to the actual accident, but we are looking at this very closely.
Over the years, investigators have studied the effects of wake turbulence, rough air which trails out from a plane's wingtips, marked in this experiment by smoke generators. This test shows how such turbulence can rock a big jetliner flying behind. The plane's 2 engines trucked off today for meticulous examination, but investigators don't believe they caused the crash. Other scenes from the wreckage, thousands and thousands of small pieces. And where the front of the plane went in, a huge crater where a house once stood. A window of the plane, a wheel. Recovery teams pass out buckets of debris to be sifted for tiny clues. Back to that composite material, as I understand, it's a combination of graphite and carbon rather than the traditional aluminum. And the FAA is now sending a special team of scientists here to look over that broken tail, look particularly at that material, and decide whether some fleet-wide inspections are warranted now all across the nation with all airlines.
Paula, we've been going through houses in what used to be a diplomatic quarter of Kabul. When the Taliban took over, this became the quarter for their privileged Arab guests, we're told by the residents. These Arabs left within hours after it was evident that Kabul was going to fall, and they left behind a pile of documents in many of the houses that journalists have visited. We went today and we went to a house that in fact had been locked, and in fact we did scale the wall, and we went in and we found documents, including this one that was found in a bag that it looked like it was being tossed out. This, helpfully in Arabic, says the biggest bombs. When we turn over and we look at the carefully photocopied and handwritten pages, we see all sorts of references, which you can't see right now, but I will tell you, to uranium-235, to the words nuclear-atomic bomb. We see references to TNT. There was even a heading which said how to make a nuclear bomb. We saw other pages and other documents as well. One specifically that was written to an Abu Khabab. Abu Khabab also happens to be the name of one of Osama bin Laden's top lieutenants, and it says to the recipient, it says, "I'm sending you companions who are eager to be trained in explosives and whatever else they may want." It was signed and dated January of 2001. We also saw a letter that purported to have come from somebody in Kandahar, sent here to Kabul, which said, "Since the last operation against America, I cannot travel anymore." And he went on to say that he had changed his name. That appeared to be, although it didn't mention the date, it appeared to be a reference
to September 11th. We saw many other things as well. Tables of manuals, 82-page manual that said, the printed word said that this was published by the Al-Qaeda Worldwide Network, the Committee for Recruitment and Training. And we found all sorts of these kind of documents today. I must say it's very hard to understand why these documents, which appear to be at least evidence of intent, were left around. We saw that many of the houses that we had gone into had appeared to have been cleaned out. We don't know by whom. It appears that journalists, some of our colleagues who went in there yesterday, including CNN, and then went back again today, found some of these houses now cleaned out, except for some of these documents that we found. So this pretty troubling trail, and still a great deal of mystery attached to what we've found, Paula.
Christiana, is there any connection with the documents found in London, partially burned documents that also provided a lot of information on how to make various types of weapons?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, the document that you refer to was found by a colleague of ours here from the Times of London, and he found those yesterday or the day before. We have gone to different houses in that same area where he found them and discovered more of these documents. He said, were partially burned. The ones that we've discovered, for instance, this one that I'm showing you, was not burned. It just looks like it's been sort of wrapped up around a paper that indicates that it was about, as I say, the biggest bombs. That's the Arabic handwriting on there. And the others that we found were sort of tossed away on what looked like garbage piles as these houses were cleaned out. We also found chemicals in one outdoor shed in one of these houses. We found several different chemicals and what looked to be like a metal crucible where it could have been heated, and some of these chemicals, experts say, are used to make explosives, and a lot of manuals on making explosives. We also found something that again was handwritten, and it showed how to blow up and hijack and blow up a plane. It showed how to blow up a bridge, how to blow up a tower, a ship, railways, all sorts of things. I mean, a lot of this could have been from obviously the public domain, but clearly it had been handwritten, photocopied, and kept in these houses.
Very frightening to contemplate. Christiane Amanpour, thank you. On to what is going on in Washington right now. The long-delayed legislation to beef up airport security might be on final approach. CNN correspondent Kate Snow has the details on the congressional compromise.
The compromise would overhaul security screening at the nation's airports. Private companies would be replaced, phased out in favor of federal employees, a priority for Democrats.
This is a big victory. It is a victory we've waited for a long period of time, but I think it's a win-win. I think everybody wins here.
Immediately after the president signs the bill, a year-long transition begins. Background checks for workers in secure areas, training for thousands of new security screeners. All of them must be U.S. citizens and speak fluent English. In the short term, new federal standards mean current workers might be replaced by National Guard troops or other federal agents.
There are some provisions where it may require a replacement if they can't meet the background checks, if they don't meet the citizenship requirements, and they don't meet the standards or testing. They will be gone. Both the employee and the company will be gone.
To satisfy Republican concerns, 5 airports of various sizes would be chosen for experimental programs using private security companies. 3 years after the bill goes into effect, any airport could opt to switch to private contractors.
This is the key that I think brought about the final agreement. There will be an opportunity to opt out.
But even the Transportation Secretary acknowledges it's unlikely many airports would choose to do that.
There is a possibility that some airports would do that, but I'm not sure that there's an incentive for the airports to do that.
The legislation also calls for air marshals on flights, stronger cockpit doors, and cameras in the cockpits. Within 60 days, airports would have to start screening checked baggage, using machines that have been sitting idle, or find another way, checking the bags by hand or with bomb-sniffing dogs.
All this new security won't come cheap. The airlines would kick in about $1 billion, and passengers would pick up much of the tab. A new fee on plane tickets, at least $2.50, at most $10 per round trip. Kate Snow, CNN, Capitol Hill.
And back to the issue of that American Airlines Flight 587. It could take a year for federal investigators to make a formal determination of what actually caused that plane to go down. But already the focus has shifted from catastrophic engine failure to wake turbulence from another jumbo jet. Now, if that is the case, does it mean the pilots may have ignored safety rules? NTSB Chairwoman Marion Blakey is in Queens this morning to address that. Thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting this morning that the pilot of Flight 587 may have pushed the rudder pedals in such a way that when the Airbus 300 hit turbulence, that it went into a fishtailing motion that caused unusually strong aerodynamic loads to be placed on the plane. Can you confirm that this morning?
No, I can't, because what we have in front of us, of course, is a mountain of data from both the flight data recorder as well as the cockpit voice recorder. But we've got to put all of that together and really analyze it along with a lot of other information that we're working on. What we do know is that, in fact, after the American Airlines plane passed through the wake of the JAL flight, there were significant rudder movements. At the same time, there was a real buffeting, a side-to-side motion, forces on the plane. But what caused that and what caused the rudder movement, I can't put it as a question of did it come from the cockpit? Was it something that was caused by the electronics? Was it something that was caused by another mechanical problem? We just simply don't know.
So essentially what you're saying then is it's premature for the Wall Street Journal to be reporting that the pilot was over controlling the plane?
Well, I haven't seen the Wall Street Journal story yet this morning, but what we do know is that we are going to have to look at a lot of questions before we can tell whether it was a question of the pilots maneuvering. And certainly we do know that the pilots were actively working to fly that plane out of its problem at that point. But what exactly the pilots did versus, as I say, something that may have been purely mechanical or electronic, I don't know that yet.
And what does it take to rule out that, in fact, it was a possibility, the fatigue of the tail that caused the crash and then turbulence was the last straw?
Well, we're looking at the question of the tail very carefully because, as you know, that appears to have been the first thing that came off the plane. The vertical stabilizer, the rudder, were both found out in Jamaica Bay. And it's our belief, at least, that at this point that we need to be examining the broad issue of composite materials, because that's what the tail assembly was made out of. It was not aluminum, it was made out of composites. So we want to look very closely at the research on this, do some testing. We're going to do some work with simulators to see what we can learn about how they react, how composite materials react under similar circumstances.
Yeah, can you explain something this morning? I know you're also looking at the bolts that hold the tail fin to the fuselage. Those appear to be intact, but there are these internal connectors to which the bolts were attached that were torn apart. Is there any initial conclusions you can reach about that and what that means?
Well, we know that there was terrific force on the tail assembly. We certainly can tell that. But we can't tell whether there was any kind of defect there or whether there may have been other kinds of problems that might have had to do with some sort of deterioration of the structures there. It's really, as I say, unfortunately too early for us to be able to tell.
And what will it take to rule out either terrorism or sabotage?
Well, what we're doing is working very closely with the FBI in this investigation. They're examining all the evidence that we have. We're talking with them from the standpoint of witness interviews, looking at the maintenance situation, all of those kinds of things together. What we have seen so far is that all of the evidence we have points toward an accident. It does not point toward sabotage or some act of terrorism. But certainly, again, I would not want to rule anything out because we want to continue to examine that question. I think that the public should be assured that at the minute we have any indication that that might be at issue, we'll certainly be putting those facts forward. But the facts as we know them right now say it looks like an accident.
I need about a 10-second answer to this to hit a commercial break on time. Do you think the NTSB will eventually recommend that the separation should be increased from 2 minutes to 3 minutes between large jets?
We're looking at the question of separation. We're talking to the FAA, but at this point, again, I think we don't know that.
NTSB Chairwoman Marion Blakey, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate you dropping by.
Absolutely.
Still to come this morning, international stand-up comedy as only presidents can do. Plus, conjuring up some box office magic at the already forming lines, or any prediction? Harry Potter's Magic Carpet Ride is now
9
underway.
3/4. Think you're being funny, do you?
A respected newsman with a different way of looking at the story. Aaron Brown. Another reason why you can depend on CNN.
Gather round with the family there. Gonna eat my share. It's a fine day.
Now Dodge is giving you something special to take home for the holidays. The security of 7-year or 100,000-mile powertrain protection on any new Dodge vehicle. Plus, through November 19th, 0% APR on select 2002 models.
It's good to see you, Dad. No thanks. It gives me gas.
With turkey on a plate.
Don't you just love a bargain? November 15th through November 25th, the November savings. Oh, wow, a sneak preview.
Bags, $1 each. Ooh, they're gigantic. How big? Yikes.
These chairs, they're so adorable for only $12.99 each. Oh, and luggage. $34.99. You can't beat that. Oh, these are neat. The kids love those things.
Oh, lighted
aquarium tubes. $39.99.
Well, we'll be back in November.
We'll be back in November, definitely.
This is CNN.
What kind of beer you got? Food?
Anything else?
Haydn's Cello Concerto in C major.
Which performance? Gorski, Yachting, or Chin?
How's that possible?
Our jukebox is every performance by every artist of every piece of music ever recorded.
This is the technology that makes it happen. This is Riding the Light. Quest.
The Zales exclusive holiday keepsake music box, filled with chocolates and a diamond heart pendant for just $99. There are surprises in here. Zales, the diamond store.
CSFB Direct. Direct access to 6 leading independent sources of research and to the top-ranked Credit Suisse First Boston analyst reports. That's the difference between online trading and direct investing from CSFB Direct.
Welcome back at 25 minutes after the hour. Although you can't clearly make out the shot, you are now we got a close-up shot. You can make out the fact that the mayor of New York City is meeting with Homeland Security Director Tom Ridge in advance of a tour of Ground Zero. The two leaders will be holding a news conference sometime within the next hour. When they do, we will take it live. Tom Ridge making his latest appearance here on CNN last night on Larry King Live, where he described the mood of the country as still uncertain and in some areas fearful. He said the FBI was undergoing an intense investigation on the terrorism events as well as the anthrax threat, which he said may be the work of a domestic culprit. And I'm going to just share a short quote with you before we move on. The Homeland Security Director also said, quote, America should take great reassurance in knowing it's not just the Director of Homeland Security, but millions of Americans go to work every day to make sure we are secure. And when their joint news conference gets underway, we will take it live. Moving on to what's going on down in Texas now. Whatever they said behind closed doors at that presidential summit, both Presidents Bush and Putin seem to enjoy each other's company. That became clear when the Russian and American leaders talked to students at Crawford High School.
We had a great dinner last night. We had a little Texas barbecue, pecan pie, a little Texas music. And I think the president really enjoyed himself. I told him he was welcome to come back next August to get a true taste of Crawford. He said, fine, and maybe you'd like to go to Siberia in the winter. The President and I have agreed to take a few questions from the students. I figured this would be a pretty good opportunity for you all to ask.
Только вопросы не по математике.
No math
No math questions, please.
Good idea.
What is President Putin's favorite thing about Texas?
What's he think about Texas?
Yes, sir.
Oh, favorite thing. Crawford, of course.
Мы знаем, что в России давно знают, что Техас самый важный штат Соединенных Штатов.
We in Russia have known for a long time that Texas is the most important state in the United States. But seriously speaking, we in Russia somehow tend to know about Texas rather better than about the rest of the United States somehow.
Но за исключением Аляски, которую мы вам когда-то
Except
подарили.
maybe for Alaska, which we sold to you.
President Putin liked the barbecue last night.
Ask him.
Я просто не знаю, как можно делать такое мясо. Пока кажется, такого не бывает.
Just I had hard time imagining how could a living person create such a masterpiece of cooking. And when I said so to the president, he said, indeed, this cannot be done except for in Texas.
Have you decided on whether you were going to go to Russia or not?
Well, the president invited me, and I accepted. We haven't figured out a time yet, but in that I'm from Texas and kind of like the warm weather, I was hoping to wait a couple of months.
Я вам обещаю, что я в такие условия президента не помещу в Россию.
My promise is I will not terrorize your president with such low temperatures.
Но
And after he finished up his trip to Texas, Mr. Putin headed for New York. He is expected to tour the site of the World Trade Center. In the next 30 minutes, the holy month of Ramadan has begun for many Muslims, a time of peace. For others, a time of war and violence. And he is ready for his close-up. Millions put on their capes and grab their bow batons. The biggest movie of the year hits theaters today. We'll have a little preview with you. You know who we're going to be visiting later on this morning? The actor who plays Harry. We hope you'll stick around for that. We'll be right back.
When I wanted to start my own firm, she was there. When I wanted to buy out my partners, she was there. And when I finally wanted to retire, she was there. She's always been there for me. I want to make sure I'm always there for her.
At Lincoln Financial Group, we offer clear, understandable estate planning solutions to help you protect and preserve the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
New America Online version 7.0 is here.
There's never been a better time to join.
What are you waiting for? Call 1-877-265-0100 now for AOL's best offer ever.
7.0 is filled with a whole bunch of new stuff.
No one has what AOL has. Call now and do things with new AOL 7.0 you could never do before.
There's even more local information.
News, weather, sports.
Radio without any static right on my computer. 7.0 makes shopping easier.
AOL is super fast.
Call now and see how new AOL version 7.0 can keep you in touch with friends and family.
I can be talking to a few people at the same time.
All of a sudden, bing, you got your instant messages.
You've got mail. It's fun getting email.
You've got mail.
Hers should say you've got lots of mail.
Call now and see how easy it is to get started. Sign up over the phone and be online in minutes.
7.0 makes it even easier.
Call 1-877-265-0100 now to join AOL and get a risk-free special offer for new members. It's our best offer ever.
AOL is wonderful.
America Online, so easy to use, no wonder it's #1.
back. Thanks so much for being with us on this Friday morning at 32 minutes after the hour. Let's get the latest headlines now from Miles O'Brien, standing by in Atlanta on War Alert. Miles?
Hello again, Paula. Afghan opposition forces now control the city of Jalalabad. Taliban fighters pulled out of that eastern city earlier this week and turned it over to a Pashtun tribal leader. Meanwhile, the battle is underway in the northern Afghan city of Kunduz. Thousands of Taliban soldiers are fighting the Northern Alliance for control of that city. The 2 American aid workers held captive by the Taliban say their faith helped them survive their ordeal. Heather Mercer and Dana Curry were among 8 international aid workers detained in August. All were charged with proselytizing Christianity, a violation under Taliban law. Even after all they have been through, both say they would like to continue helping the Afghan people. One major airline isn't waiting on lawmakers to enhance security. United Airlines plans to install stun guns in the cockpits of its 500 aircraft to help pilots fend off potential hijackers. Pilots and flight attendants will get special training on how to use the guns. United Airlines is the first major U.S. airline to say it will equip flight crews with the non-lethal weapons. Hundreds of families who lost loved ones at the World Trade Center will soon receive financial help. Roughly $40 million from the Twin Towers Fund was mailed this week to the families of uniformed services personnel. Some 400 officers, firefighters, and other uniformed services personnel were killed in the terror attacks. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani is urging other charities to also start handing out money to surviving families. Those are the headlines for now. Now back to Paula in New York.
Thanks, Miles. Millions of Muslims around the world today have begun the celebration of Ramadan, the holiest month of the year. It began as clerics spotted the new moon. Despite the period of prayer, the U.S. has said it will not halt its attacks against Afghanistan. That, despite appeals from Islamic leaders and some Muslim countries, including Pakistan. CNN correspondent Carol Lynn is in the Pakistani city of Quetta, just across the border from Afghanistan. Good morning, Carol.
Good morning to you, Paula. Well, while U.S. airstrikes continue through Ramadan, the Pakistani army is on the move as well. We have learned that the Pakistani government is sending some 2,000 troops as well as 6 tanks to the Chaman border crossing that is the main border crossing between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Yesterday, when we were at the border, we did see a lot of activity, several Afghans trying to get across from the other side, as well as a heavy presence of frontier police officers armed with light machine guns. Their presence was built up as well. They are the border patrol, but however, next to them were army troops digging trenches, preparing to settle in for a time, and this was very unusual. This is the largest military buildup on the Pakistani-Afghan border since the end of the Soviet-Afghan War. And what we're being told is that the Pakistani government is concerned about several things now that the dynamic is changing inside of Afghanistan. A hornet's nest of trouble potentially brewing on the border with anti-Taliban groups on the Afghan side, not friendly either to the Pakistani government, and the Pakistani government concerned about Pashtuns in Afghanistan who are angry with Pakistan for siding with the U.S. airstrikes. Also, Paula, we want to show you that a bit of a propaganda war being waged right here in Quetta. The morning headlines today. This one, Taliban supporters saying Al-Qaeda still in action and dozens of Americans dead. No evidence of that, of course. And here, America says it did not betray Pakistan. A feeling here inside of Pakistan that because the Northern Alliance has taken Kabul, that a promise has been broken that a coalition government would be formed that would include a Pashtun majority. That, of course, still being worked out here. Paula?
Thanks, Carolyn. Appreciate that report. The start date of Ramadan can vary from one Islamic nation to another. You can actually read some political significance into that. Here to give us a crash course is Bernard Hakel, Assistant Professor of Islamic Studies at New York University. Welcome back. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Nice to be back.
Thank you. So we now can confirm that top clerics in Saudi Arabia actually spotted the moon,
right,
which means they think Ramadan has begun,
yes,
but that doesn't necessarily mean in the rest of the Arab world that that will be respected, right?
That's right. I mean, the Saudis have an authority that spots the moon to decide the beginning of Ramadan, which will also determine the end of Ramadan, because the end of Ramadan is one of the major festivals in the Islamic world. Now, whether Muslims around the world accept that Saudi claim to have seen the moon is an indicator of how legitimate people see the Saudis and how good Muslims they are in the eyes of the rest of the world. So one possibility is if the Taliban, let's say, or if bin Laden himself decides to spot the moon on another day, and people decide to follow him, then there will be a real cleavage or a real rift and a real indicator of where people's allegiances are in the Muslim world.
What happened during the last Ramadan? Who followed whom?
Well, in Afghanistan, for example, last Ramadan, they followed the Saudis, and the Saudis have been insisting and and have developed this whole authority for seeing the moon and for determining the beginning of Ramadan. So most Sunni Muslims tend to follow the Saudis. Although if a given country has problems with the Saudis, they often start either a day before or a day after, and they decide to spot it on another day.
What is the historical context for this?
Well, it's actually a legal context. It has to do with the very early Islamic community, and basically in the early days of the Islamic community, two individuals would have to see the moon, would actually have to see the beginning of the crescent, the beginning of the month, to determine exactly when it starts. And unless there is verification of having seen it, you don't begin. It's because God has enjoined on Muslims to fast that entire month.
And you were saying if the Taliban doesn't follow the Saudi sighting now,
right,
that it will represent some sort of cleavage, was your word, in the Muslim world.
Right.
What does that indicate long term?
Well, it would be a clear sign. I mean, a lot of it has to do with symbolic politics of symbols. I mean, it would be a clear sign, let's say, if many people in Pakistan decide to fast not with Saudi Arabia, but to fast a day later, and to follow, let's say, the Taliban, who might also fast a day later. It would be a clear sign that they are saying that the Saudis are not good Muslims, we don't accept their authority and their claims to being the upholders and the guardians of the two holy mosques in Saudi Arabia. And so it's a clear snub, if you like. It's sort of a way of saying, of thumbing your nose at the Saudis.
But there's a real irony here, is there not, if Osama bin Laden decides not to follow the Saudi Arabians when everybody accuses him of completely perverting the ideology of Islam?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. I mean, he has a very extreme interpretation of Islam, and most Muslims don't accept his interpretation, don't go with him. That said, a lot of Muslims see him as a symbol of resistance, as a sort of hero, a sort of a Robin Hood type of character. And they might choose to follow his way of, or his decision on when the moon was sighted. And that would be a clear sign that many people see him as the leader, rather than the Saudis as being the leaders.
In your judgment, the implications of bombing during Ramadan are what?
I don't think it's as problematic. Yeah, I don't think it's as problematic as, I mean, obviously Ramadan is a very important month for Muslims because they're all fasting. There's a heightened sense of religiosity. Most Muslims feel extremely close to God, and it's certainly an important month. And anything that happens, or anything that may go wrong, let's say if a lot of civilians are killed in the bombing, then that might send shudders through the Muslim world, much more so in Ramadan than at any other time.
But the Muslims have also fought during Ramadan
right.
before.
Muslims
there
have
has been a
fought.
precedent
Yeah,
for
that's
that
right. That's right. So there is no legal injunction against fighting, and certainly America doesn't have to stop for any specific injunction in Islamic law.
Professor Heichel.
Thank you very much.
Good to have you with us again this morning. Thank you so much for your time. Now we're going to quickly move on to some business news. David Heffenreffer is standing by the CNN financial news desk. Yesterday, the Dow ended slightly higher. But I think, David, you probably agree the most interesting story is what is behind that name change of Philip Morris.
Very interesting story, Paul. After 150 years of being known as Philip Morris, executives at the company want to ask the shareholders if it's okay to change the name to Altria. Now, this comes as a big surprise to many people. It seems as though the company is trying to take a step away from the controversial tobacco unit and get more closely associated with its Miller Beer and Craft divisions. We'll have to see how all that goes. Paula?
Any preview on what might happen later today as we close out the week here?
Well, we've got the futures pointing to a mix to perhaps higher open for us today. Fridays are usually a little bit odd. We do have that CPI number coming out at 8:30 this morning, the Consumer Price Index.
We will be tuning in then. David Heffenreffer, thanks so much. Right now, we take you straight back to Ground Zero, where Governor Ridge and Mayor Giuliani are taking some questions.
Innocent victims, we will always remember the courage and the heroism and the resolve of those who responded so quickly, and the resolve and the commitment that you and everybody else have in this community to rebuild and to be bigger and stronger in the years ahead.
That's New York. That's the spirit. That's the spirit that America has captured and seen, reflected through you, reflected through the men and women who rushed into 100-story burning buildings to save their fellow citizens, people they didn't know. I mean, literally stories of people running from blocks away into the towers to try to help. And I think those who would undermine our way of life and those who would bring this tragedy to the greatest city in the world picked the wrong city, the wrong country, the wrong leaders. As I said to somebody the other day, you had to be living in a cave not to know that we'll work through this and be bigger and stronger in the years ahead. But I'm grateful that you take the time. I just want to reiterate one more time that the President has made a commitment to you and to this city to take care of the recovery costs, to replace the public infrastructure, to work with you on economic development issues, and it's a minimal $20 billion commitment. And I just wanted to assure you on behalf of the President of the United States that his word is as good as gold, and if you need the $20 billion, and you probably will, you're going to get it.
Thank you very much. We know that, and the President has made that point over and over again, and we're absolutely confident that that's the case. And so far, the money that we've asked for, we've gotten just as quickly as we've asked for it. And the reality is that we've gotten more help than we've even asked for. The cooperation on the part of the Bush administration and the federal government has been absolutely 100%. And I thank you very much for it.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thanks, Mayor.
Questions? Rich?
Just wondering, when you look at the scene in person, does it change your perception? Is it bigger?
I told the mayor when I was governor of, we have this tradition in Pennsylvania. We have the Pennsylvania Society of New York that comes here the second weekend of every December. Over 100 years we've been doing it. And we have frequented this area, and I actually hosted events in the windows of the world. And you know, when the day it occurred, my stomach was churning and my heart was beating faster, and walking out there with the mayor, I mean, it just affects you physically because of the sacrifice and the heroism and the courage, but when you see it in person, yeah, it does affect you. It affects you in a very real and a very personal and a very emotional way. But I think the other thing that you take, the other quality that you take away from this is that the resolve and the courage and the commitment that the men and women who responded, those first responders, and the sustained resolve and the optimism that is...
Women, show us your teeth! Show us your teeth! Woo! Yeah! Woo!
They've had no music in Afghanistan, and the whole country, musically speaking, is completely backward. They think P. Diddy is still Puff Daddy. They just don't know.
Musically, you can see they have some catching up to do. You see the people, they show the #1 song in Afghanistan, show them. A little behind.
That's where all those Macarena records went. Now I know. We'll be back. Stay with us.
You know, those B-52 strikes pounding the front lines have an incredible effect on the troops. Even if you survive it, you climb out of your hole, you can't hear, your head's shaking and rattling, you're bleeding from your nose, you're bleeding from your ears, and then you have to turn around and have the same thing happen to you all over again the very next day. We've had a lot of experience with this, both in Vietnam and in Iraq. I will tell you that in Iraq, we used to send leaflets out saying, abandon your positions, we're going to bomb you with B-52s. And then the next day we'd bomb them with B-52s, and then we'd come back the next day and say, hey, dummies, we told you we're going to hit you with B-52s, now abandon your position. And believe it or not, after a couple times, they flat get out of there.
Right, let's listen up to what the Defense Secretary, Mr. Rumsfeld, said about the Taliban's withdrawal.
And anyone who goes across the border can come back. Anyone who fades into the community can come back. Anyone who fades into the mountains can come back. Anyone who defects can redefect. So one can't say that the circumstance is necessarily permanent in that country.
Well, how do you know you've got someone licked, General? How do you know they don't come back like the VC came back in the North Vietnamese when they seem to be beaten and then made their big run at us?
Yeah, well, you know, obviously some of them are going to come back. Most of them are not. I'll tell you the one big difference is people go with a winner. And if you feel that you've got a side that's winning, then by golly, you go back to them. If you feel that you've got a side that's losing, and you're continuing to being shown over and over again by the bombardment that you're taking, by the attacks that you're taking, and that sort of thing, that you're hooked up with a loser, very, very quickly you decide that you'd rather be someplace else.
What do you make of the president's decision to basically use military justice, in fact, a new form of it, these tribunals, to try people captured in war, in fact, captured here at home as part of our investigations?
Well, you know, I guess I kind of come down on the side of the fact that these people are not U.S. citizens. They are deliberately gone after killing innocent American citizens, innocent civilians and that sort of thing. And, you know, I have a hard time saying, oh, but by the way, if we capture these guys and bring them to the United States, we ought to give them all the same privileges that citizens of the United States have. Yeah. I just, you know, although I'm a civil libertarian at heart, I got to tell you what, I have to swallow very hard when I hear that kind of logic. Your experience in military history and in action tells you what about the destruction at the head, or rather the decapitation of an enemy? Does the capture of, or death of Mohammed Atif today, one of the top, maybe the #2 guy to bin Laden, does that tell you how quickly that whole force will come apart? Yeah, I think that's very, very significant, because an organization like bin Laden's, you know, they don't have a long line of succession. The last thing they want is a bunch of people standing there looking and saying, hey, I'd like to have that job one of these days. So the fact that the #2 guy, who was obviously the successor, now apparently is dead, you know, you've cut off one head of the snake. I don't know how many heads it has, but I'll bet you it doesn't have very many. Thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf. J. Kelly McCann is the CEO of Crucible Security and was a Special Operations Officer. Let's talk about that operation you see right now over there, Mr. McCann. What do you make of this, the challenge facing our troopers now? Having basically won all the cities, they now have to pursue. Talk about that kind of campaign.
Sure. A couple of things, Chris. The first thing was that clip that you had on there, if I'm not mistaken, those were guys that were doing close protection on USAID representatives. That's not the way that you run a checkpoint. That's not the activity that they were doing, so that's not a good representation. If they're doing checkpoints, you can bet that they're set up on choke points that are basically positions where we have intelligence that maybe the Taliban are fleeing. Don't forget that in the buildings we found bogus UNHCR stamps. In literature that we have that they wrote, they talk about blending in by going to look like a peaceful civilian and having forged documents, etc. So I think that these guys right now are totally rocked back on their heels, and the general just said something that was crystalline, and that was, in Vietnam there was some populist support initially for the VC and all that, and stayed, and that's what supported them. Let's not forget that when the Soviets were in country, the people supported the Mujahideen. Well, the people do not support the Taliban. They're going to turn them out. So all of this business about a guerrilla warfare, it's going to be an awful small one, because they're not going to be able to you know, swim with the fishes, because the fish are going to puke them out onto the beach.
Right. Well, let's talk about the fact that the particular charge of trying to find them in their caves, that may not require a strong popular support if they're going off and squirrel themselves in a cave, one of hundreds apparently. How well equipped are our guys, and how well trained are they to go digging into those holes after these people? Or do they just lob in grenades, or what do they do?
No, basically there's a blend of weapons, and we have people who are very well trained for it. CQB, close quarter battle, and CQC, close quarter combat. Basically it's using non-lethal weapons to clear space, gain advantage, and then go into that space and using a cycle of discerning the threat, then discriminating between combatants and non-combatants and engagement. It's a mouthful, but these guys are doing it in milliseconds. And they're very, very well trained at it. I don't think you're going to see anything stupid, obviously. We're going to use thermal imaging when we can. We're going to use level 4 night vision devices, which are just absolutely technologically superior to anything that's been used before.
Well, here's Secretary Rumsfeld defending charges that the Northern Alliance has been conducting summary executions on the Taliban.
It is perfectly proper for the Northern Alliance and anyone else, including American soldiers, to tell people either to surrender or be killed. If you're in conflict, that is what you do.
What do you make of that?
There's your rules of engagement. If I tell you to put your hands up and you don't, then I guess that you are someone I should shoot. And don't think that we're saying that in English. We've paired up, I'm sure, with Northern Alliance counterparts that are using the host language. So when those commands are given very clearly, what the troops are doing is they're looking for assaultive behavior and they're looking for furtive movement. And at any time I get that, I'm going to drill you. Now, the other thing, obviously, that is obvious in the latitude of that rule of engagement is that the Secretary's supporting his men, which which is outstanding.
Okay, thank you very much again tonight. J. Kelly McCann. As American commandos hunt for Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, bin Laden isn't getting the support he wanted throughout the Muslim world. Hussein Haqqani is a Pakistani political analyst and was an advisor to former Pakistani Prime Minister Benazir Bhutto. He joins us now from Islamabad. Mr. Haqqani, thank you very much for joining us. You were excellent the last time. Explain how the dog hasn't barked, why people throughout the Islamic world haven't gone and joined the forces of bin Laden.
Well, bin Laden's position is the position of a vocal and violent minority. You have crazies in the West as well. You had Timothy McVeigh. So these are the Timothy McVeighs of the Muslim world. The only problem is the Muslim world is just too big. We have 1 billion people. So even 1% of that is about 10 million. So these are a small minority. The only reason why they seem so larger than life is because we do not have democracy in our countries and we cannot marginalize them, and we do not have rule of law. So that at the moment, I don't think that bin Laden will be able to get the kind of support that people said he would in the Muslim world.
Describe in your own terms, as a man of that part of the world, the conflict, the choices faced by young people in their 20s, for example, to choose to become Islamists, or becoming more modern. How's that choice affect you emotionally?
Well, the poor in the Muslim world are very poor. They do not have access to schools, they do not have access to modern education, they do not have access to computers, they do not have access to television, satellite television, cable television. They see some very rich people who are part of the power elite having access to all elements of modernity, as well as a lot of money. And these people then, of course, have no choice but to go to mosques and madrasas out of a concern for their own livelihood. The madrasas, which is the religious schools, provide food because they get charity. All Muslims are enjoined to give money for charity. So it's a cycle that starts there. And most of the Islamic schools in the Islamic world have curricula that were formulated several hundred years ago.
I got you. Let's listen to what the Taliban Supreme Leader General Omar told the BBC. Quote, "The current situation in Afghanistan is related to a bigger cause. That is the destruction of America. The plan is going ahead, and God willing, it is being implemented. But it is a huge task which is beyond the will and comprehension of human beings. If God's help is with us, this will happen within a short period of time. Keep in mind this prediction." That sounds like a man suffering from delusions. What do you make of it, Mr. Haqqani? About he's going to quickly, within a couple of weeks, overthrow the U.S.
Well, Chris, I mean, there are people who, espouse those kinds of views, fire and brimstone preachers. He's being like one of those. I mean, he hadn't left his village till he emerged as the supreme leader of the Taliban. So he really doesn't know the might of the United States. Most Muslims would rather immigrate to the United States and improve their economic chances.
That's what I think you're right. By the way, do you think many people listen to something like that, which I said sounds delusional from an American perspective? Are there kids or teenagers or 20-year-old guys out there who will buy what he said, that he's going to overthrow America in a couple of weeks, the former head of Afghanistan?
Perhaps 1 in 1,000 would, but as I said, because the Muslim world is so large, therefore there will be a few hundred, a few thousand, and they could create problems. After all, there were 19 people who blew up the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. So we will have a few people like that, and the real solution for that, of course, is democratization, modernization, and improvement of the livelihood of Muslim peoples around the world.
Well, Mr. Haqqani, you are a very sharp fellow, and you're especially sharp early in the morning, like you've gotten up for us this morning. Thank you very much for getting up at that time of the morning out there in Pakistan. Back home, investigators say they've found another anthrax-laced letter on Capitol Hill. NBC News' Dan Abrams joins us now with that latest report.
Well, Chris, it now seems that they have found a letter, this one addressed to Senator Patrick Leahy of Vermont. This is now the 4th letter that they have found. This one similar to those other ones, the one sent to Tom Brokaw, the New York Post, and in particular, the one to Senator Tom Daschle. Why? Same postmark, Trenton, New Jersey, October 9th. Same block letters that were written to Tom Daschle. This was discovered in a number of barrels, 250 of them, that have been sealed off. Ever since that Daschle letter was found, they've been going through those letters now. They found that in the process of reviewing what they had in those barrels. But I got to tell you, I think this again points to a domestic terrorist. Why? Because so far the only people who've been targeted are Democratic senators, and there have been arguments to be made that this could be some sort of right-wing group that is responsible. This is certainly going to bolster that theory for investigators. Chris.
Thank you, Dan. That's been my theory since the beginning. Up next, an update on the crash of Flight 587. Plus, Atlanta's airport is shut down after a man runs through a security checkpoint. Would federal screeners have prevented that kind of breach? You're watching Hardball.
The smooth-riding Toyota Highlander, bringing an unexpected bit of comfort to the rugged world of the SUV.
Who'd you expect? Bob Dole?
Follow Mark Martin and the Viagra racing team this season.
Get to your doctor for a checkup and find out if a free sample of Viagra is right for you.
And for more information right now, race over to Viagra.com.
This is the hardest thing I've ever done. I mean, these people were like family to me. Remember I met Jeannie at the company picnic?
It was the best thing that ever happened to you.
Yeah, taking the new job was a tough decision. Deciding what to do with my 401k money was another. I didn't want to mess it up. I called T. Rowe Price. You know, you told me about the mutual funds.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, they sent me a rollover kit, you know. Took me through it step by step.
I made it easy for you.
Yeah, piece of cake.
Call the rollover specialists at T. Rowe Price.
It's going to be a good job.
Yeah.
From the day's top headlines, to important local issues, to news that's as close as your own backyard, the New Haven Register delivers the news and information that you care about most. Each day, the Register brings you the best sports coverage around. It helps plan your weekend, tracks your investments, and finds you a new job. The New Haven Register delivers your local news, plus a whole lot more. Pick up your copy today or call for convenient home delivery.
We're closer to home.
I've always loved working on computers, and in the Army, that's what I do.
If you never thought about the U.S. Army or Army Reserve, think about this. There are 212 ways for you to become a soldier and work at a job you'll love. Call the number on the screen right now for this free video to find out which job is right for you and discover the 212 ways you can be an Army of One.
I love what I do.
On Business Center, holiday travel. Once the airline's busiest season of the year, it's now a critical time for the industry. Will holiday cheer cure fears of flying, or will families stay home for the holidays? Plus, the latest from Wall Street, Washington, and the world. Monday on CNBC Business Center at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Now to the investigation into the crash of American Airlines Flight 587. Investigators who have reviewed the jetliner's two black boxes say the plane shook when it flew into the wake of a 747 in front of it. But they have no idea what sent it into a 20-second nosedive. The investigation is focusing on the plane's tail fin and its rudder, which sheared off cleanly in flight. Meantime, the FAA has ordered all Airbus A300 planes to be inspected for tail fin problems. In Atlanta, flights are leaving Hartsfield Airport again after a security breach that shut down the nation's busiest airport earlier today. 10,000 people were evacuated from the airport, clogging air travel throughout the southeast corner of the U.S. when a man ran through a security checkpoint. Joel Thomas from our affiliate WXIA joins us now from Hartsfield with more.
Chris, the airport is open, but there's an eerie feeling out here next to one of the busiest runways in the world, where there's normally a parade of landing lights and a constant roaring of engines. Tonight, there's only the twinkling of the lights at the terminal and an occasional jet going by. One of the busiest airports in the world tonight is at a crawl, and it is on edge. Police say the man who ran through the main security checkpoint and down an escalator has escaped, probably mingling into the thousands of people evacuated from the airport for several hours. This afternoon, around noon Eastern time, through the bustle of a busy Hartsfield International Friday, security agents raced through the crowd, yelling at everyone to get outside. Despite confusion, there remained calm, even as planes half loaded with passengers were emptied.
Thank you. Hinted at that last month when he referred to Atef without naming him.
And most importantly,
One of bin Laden's closest lieutenants has said clearly that he helped with the planning of the 11th of September attacks and has admitted the involvement of the Al-Qaeda organization.
He used to take pride in the fact that he planned some of the most spectacular and earth-shattering operations, and obviously Osama bin Laden had a complete trust in him.
U.S. officials see Atef's fingerprints all over the bloodiest anti-American attacks of the last decade. They suspect him of encouraging the ambush of Army Rangers in Somalia. They've indicted him for conspiring to murder Americans in the U.S. Embassy bombings in East Africa, and they believe he planned the suicide attack on the USS Cole in Yemen. Atef was joined to bin Laden by ideology and family. Last January, his daughter married bin Laden's eldest son in Kandahar. The men had worked together since recruiting Mujahideen to fight the Soviets in Afghanistan. Later, Atef set up the training camps that schooled terrorists, including at least 4 of the September 11th hijackers. The U.S. was so eager to get Atef, it had offered a $5 million reward. His death, if confirmed, is a major advance for the American military and a serious blow to the Al-Qaeda network. The Pentagon is too cautious to say it, of course, but some military analysts even see Mohammed Atef's death as the beginning of the end for bin Laden. This is Chris Bury for Nightline in Washington.
And I'm joined now by ABC News national security correspondent John McWethy. How does the Pentagon know, or how does it think it knows, that indeed it was Atef and that he was killed?
One of the primary ways that they believe they know, and they're saying this is credible evidence, not conclusive proof, are from a series of phone conversations that they have apparently been able to listen to, phone conversations that indicated quite clearly a level of panic once there was this attack, and very clear identification of who got it. There was also some surveillance of the building from the air at the time that it was hit, and a very unusual level of activity on the ground going into that building trying to find survivors.
This war has clearly developed along lines that I don't think even the greatest optimist at the Pentagon would have predicted 2 weeks ago. How are they adjusting?
They are adjusting by the seat of their pants. I don't think anyone would have predicted in the Pentagon or in the administration that there would be this cataclysmic collapse of the Taliban at this point, and that so many cities would be liberated so fast. So what they're doing now is trying to figure out, geez, we've got to have a new game plan, and part of that game plan was presented to the President yesterday and today. They're going into some of the airports that have recently been liberated, the airfields near Kabul and near Mazar-e-Sharif. They're trying to figure out how quickly they can convert those into functioning airfields so they can bring in humanitarian supplies and perhaps base some troops there.
Just in the few seconds we have left, John, talk a little bit about that force of 10,000 Taliban that seems to be surrounded too much. Is that saying too much? They seem to be surrounded in the north?
This is in the city of Kunduz. It is one of the last stands of a large mass of Taliban troops in the north. And those troops are essentially surrounded, and they are a very tough bunch. Many Arabs, many Pakistanis, which means they can't turn themselves in. They can't try to surrender. They will be killed. So they're going to fight to the death, and this promises to be a real bloodbath.
Very vulnerable to air attack?
Vulnerable to air attack to a degree. There are still civilians in that town. So the United States is trying to restrict the airstrikes to just identifiable military targets, and many of these troops have now blended into the city.
John McWethy, thank you. Later in the broadcast, you'll meet the last of his kind, the Mujahideen who fights with his camera and who filmed these extraordinary pictures of the battle for Kabul earlier this week. But when we come back, trying to make sense of the shifting sands in Afghanistan.
This is ABC News Nightline, brought to you by UPS.
This is Santa's Workshop 2001. Billions of wish lists come in from around the world, and UPS helps us navigate supply chain management issues. Oh, coal comes in for the Balkans for the naughty. Boy band figurines come in from Japan for the nice. Think about the logistics on that one. We have been a successful brand for centuries now, and for a number of years, UPS has been an invaluable partner. Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus, and he's working with UPS.
Wow, MP3 player, digital camera, DVD player, very nice. Looks like somebody's kids are going to be very happy this holiday.
Kids! Could you... I'll be right.
We know how you feel, and that's why Circuit City has great gift ideas this holiday season. Circuit City, we're with you.
Hey, my wife loves these things. All wives love things.
Could you...
Secretary Colin Powell comes to this week as the hunt intensifies for Osama bin Laden. Plus, does the war on terrorism threaten your constitutional rights? This week, Sunday.
Okay, let's keep going. I've got a 9-year-old boy who's into gaming.
Check the R-Zone for the hot new system.
Good. What is the Leapfrog Learning Center?
An interactive area devoted to learning toys.
Good. Pay attention, Lorraine. Where can I find a stuffed amphibian?
That would be Animal Alley.
How about a Tickle Me Oscar?
Trick question, there is no Tickle Me Oscar. You never tickle a grouch.
Excellent. Here you go. And remember, it's a toy store. Let's have fun out there.
Come to the grand reopening of Toys R Us, where our team is better trained to help than ever before.
Photo.
No more nasal.
Oh, okay. Oh, no.
BMW 5 Series.
Test drive a 5 Series at your authorized BMW Center.
And joining me now, Ahmed Rashid, a correspondent for the Far Eastern Economic Review and Britain's Daily Telegraph. Mr. Rashid is the author of a book about the Taliban's rise to power, and he joins us tonight, actually Saturday morning his time, from Islamabad. How devastating is this for the Taliban, for Al-Qaeda, for bin Laden himself? I'm speaking, of course, of the apparent death of Mr. Atif.
Well, it's very serious indeed. I mean, they were very close friends. He's a very, very old friend, an old military commander of bin Laden's. They go back to the war against the Soviets in Afghanistan. And of course, he was one of the main recruiters of foreign militants all over the world. He's also spent time in the United States. He went there clandestinely about 6 years ago to raise money. And he's a master of disguise, apparently, and using different passports. Very worldly, very knowledgeable, very clued up on how to conduct terrorist operations.
Is it saying too much, Ahmed, to suggest that he might have been the successor in waiting?
He could well have been the successor in waiting, and certainly the fact that they were, the two families were now linked in marriage with their son and daughter marrying each other. It was, very likely that if bin Laden had been killed, he would have been succeeded by Atif.
It has clearly been a good week for the Northern Alliance, and by extension, a good week for the United States. Do you think it's necessary for us to be cautious about reading too much into the Taliban's collapse?
No, I think it's been very devastating. I mean, I think the Taliban have collapsed as a political and military machine. All you've got now, the leftovers, and I think it's going to be over now very soon because both bin Laden and Mullah Omar, the Taliban leader, even if they are hiding out, they now have a population that is totally hostile to them in the south of the country. It'll be very difficult for the Arab militants certainly to survive in what is now a hostile environment where the locals will be trying to catch them or not provide food and water to them. It's going to be very, very difficult indeed. So I think, certainly the tide has not only changed, but it's literally in 1 week almost completely eliminated the Taliban as a military force.
What about the virus throughout the rest of the Islamic world? When I say the virus, I mean the virus of Osama bin Ladenism, if there is such a phrase.
Well, I think, you know, this collapse of the Taliban has profound implications in the Islamic world and regarding the whole concept of jihad. I mean, we had thousands of Pakistanis who went in to fight with the Taliban. Hundreds, possibly thousands have been killed. The rest are trying to come back as fast as they can. You know, certainly yesterday at prayer time, I mean, in the mosques, I mean, I think people were very, very stunned because a lot of the vernacular media in the Arab world and here has been reporting a totally different war, of course, that the Taliban will be victorious, that they conducted a brilliant strategic retreat under US bombing, that they will now conduct guerrilla war. And suddenly people are having to face the reality that, look, this is not the war we were reading about. Actually, the Taliban, you know, have been crushed. So I think there's going to be, and hopefully, a lot of introspection you know, in the Muslim world about this kind of emotionalism and backing people like the Taliban and bin Laden.
Ahmed Rashid, I thank you very much. It's always a pleasure talking with you. When we come back, the battle against the Taliban is seen through a very steady lens.
Totally new Nissan Altima.
I'll never watch TV instead of doing homework or hide laundry under my bed. I'll be the best dog if you give me what I need.
You've got one chance to raise a healthy puppy. Introducing new Purina One brand large breed puppy formula. Purina has created the first and only puppy foods with a nutrient proven to help reduce the percentage of body fat during growth. So large breed puppies grow lean and healthy. And research shows these puppies need less fat and more love. Purina One, second to none.
Spell microphone.
M-I-C-K-E-Y
M-O-U-S-E
Mickey Mouse.
Forever and a soul
You were the first Disney generation. Now come be a kid again at our spectacular year-long tribute to Walt's 100th birthday. Call 1407-W-Disney.
Coming up, Howie Mandel and Reverend Al on Who's In the Middle East.
Al's new buddy, Yasser Arafat.
Name dropper.
Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher.
Did you know the air in your home can be up to 5 times more polluted than air outside? That indoor pollutants like dander can aggravate allergies and trigger asthma? What can you do? Get the Filtrete Ultra Allergen Reduction Filter. It's up to 30 times better than all other 1-inch filters at capturing airborne dust, bacteria, and pollen. And it meets Health House guidelines. If you don't take care of the air in your home, who will? Filtrete filters from 3M.
Sometimes picking a winner can be difficult. But choosing a car with style and performance is as easy as a trip to Morrow Motors BMW of North Haven.
Buy the ultimate BMW, a new 2001 740iL with more than $13,000 off the MSRP. List price is $68,645. Buy it now for only $55,450.
Pick a winner you can take to the bank. The ultimate driving machine. From Morrow Motors BMW of North Haven.
The war in Afghanistan has, for the most part, been waged out of sight. There are briefings and maps and, of course, those high-tech gun camera pictures, but little has actually been seen of the fighting until now. Early Monday morning, on the front lines with Northern Alliance Division 507. After a 5-year battle with the Taliban, these troops are finally convinced they can capture Kabul. The Afghan countryside is seeded with millions of landmines. In this environment, it makes sense for a tank to clear a narrow road in front of the foot soldiers. They begin what will be a long march in single file. It's a dusty, desolate place. Along the march, the soldiers come across dead bodies. First, they search them for documents. A surprisingly high number of Taliban fighters turn out to be Pakistani, Arab, other non-Afghani nationals. They also search the bodies for ammunition. 22 miles from Kabul. Each tank carries about 10 people. This one will be among the first in the attack on the Afghani capital. Gunfire begins. It is coming from Taliban soldiers inside those buildings. The fighting continues on a paved road. It may be hard to believe, but this is the main road to Kabul from Mazar-e Sharif. The Taliban is crumbling fast. They still have some artillery, some rockets, but these Northern Alliance fighters push them back within minutes. They move into a building on the outskirts of Kabul. Inside, a wounded Taliban fighter. What happens next speaks for itself. The man hitting the prisoner is yelling, "You killed my brother." And then they're off again for the final takeover of the capital, Kabul. The man who shot those pictures is one of a rare breed, the combat photographer. ABC News bought this video from him. He has actually been shooting war footage almost half his life. Author Sebastian Junger is on assignment in Afghanistan for ABC News, and he introduces us to Yusuf Jan Nassar.
It is 1989. Afghan rebels are fighting Russian troops and the communist regime in northern Afghanistan. The war has gone on for 10 years, and, incredibly, the rebels are slowly winning. They are on the verge of taking Khojahabad, their first city, and the future seat of their rebel government. Orchestrating the attack was the 37-year-old Ahmed Shah Massoud, a brilliant strategist who had outwitted the Soviets time and time again. He was about to do it one more time. Accompanying Massoud is a young combat cameraman, 19-year-old Yusuf Jan Nassar, who would bring the world the only images of this historic battle. As the Alliance troops try to take an enemy position on this hilltop, Jan Nassar captures on videotape the rockets that almost kill him. The camera never moves.
Well, why didn't you put your head down? He knows what I'm saying.
I was making a documentary and I didn't want to be distracted. I was witnessing such heroic acts and I feel still I was not a good enough cameraman.
What to most people would appear to be either foolhardiness or unspeakable bravery, for Jan Nassar is simply the reality of a life dictated by war. As he saw it, his job was to make the world aware of what an ugly and cruel business war can be. It has been 12 years since the Afghan rebels took the city of Khojahabad. War is still raging in their country, and Jan Nassar is still shooting pictures of the Northern Alliance. But he didn't start out as a cameraman. He told me that he grew up in Kabul under the communist regime. When he was 15, the communist secret police came looking for one of his brothers, who was fighting for the rebels. And when they couldn't find him, they threatened to arrest Jan Nassar instead. He talked his way out of it and then fled into the mountains, hoping to join up with the rebels. Too young to fight, Commander Massoud said to him, "I can't give you a rifle, but I can give you a better weapon, a camera." It is with his camera that he has fought for his country ever since. It came at a price, though. Out of the 6 senior cameramen trained by Massoud, John Nassar is the only one left alive. The Soviets pulled out of Afghanistan shortly after he shot his remarkable footage in Khojajar. Street fighting raged through Kabul, and he was there to cover it. One day, he came across a commander who was lounging behind a sandbag position on the outskirts of town. Invited to do some taping, John Nassar said he didn't want to record them doing nothing. Embarrassed, the commander quickly gathered his troops and began to storm a strategic position. John Nassar is right on the heels of the commander, protected only by the withering fire that they unleash. Why was Masood asking you to film these battles? How was he using the work that you did?
Masood understood video was important, so he distributed several thousand copies of the film so that the rest of the world could see what was happening in Afghanistan.
And what was happening in Afghanistan was truly horrific. This woman has lost 3 sons in the war, the last one tortured and killed by Taliban soldiers in front of her eyes. She passes cars containing the charred bodies of her enemy, and on the ground, dead Taliban soldiers for whom she has nothing but contempt.
It shows how the Taliban created hate. This woman is throwing rocks at a dead body. Normally, this is unheard of in our culture.
Far away from the fighting, she is left with the terrible remnants of a war that continues to this day. A war that Yusuf John Nassar has captured for the world to see.
I'll be back in a moment.
To receive a daily email announcement about each evening's Nightline and a preview of special broadcasts, log on to the Nightline page at abcnews.com.
All power toothbrushes are not created equal. Sonicare. It has patented sonic technology and combines high-speed bristle motion with dynamic cleaning action. So effective, Sonicare removes 80% of stains, getting your teeth whiter and healthier in 28 days, guaranteed. See for yourself or ask your dentist about Sonicare.
An evening in front of the fireplace can be so relaxing, but each year there are thousands of reported chimney fires. Protect your home with CSL, the chimney sweeping log. It cleans your chimney while it burns. Inside your chimney walls, there's a constant buildup of highly flammable tar and creosote. The active minerals in CSL will dry out those dangerous deposits. Most of this dry, brittle material will then flake off harmlessly, making your next fires safer. So effective, burn it only once a year. CSL, the chimney sweeping log.
Available at Kmart, CVS, Walgreens, and Meijer.
The new Nissans are here, and we've made the best even better. Like the new 2002 Nissan Sentra. Want attitude? Want features? Want more? How about 0% short-term financing plus $500 cash back on a new Nissan Sentra? AAA's top car. Hey, there's no better time than now to drive the best. 0% financing plus $500 cash back. Offers end November 30th. Nissan. Driven.
I'm going to be late for my own wedding. No worries. My new Subaru Outback's more stable in a turn than a Lexus RX 300. Gets better gas mileage than a Ford Explorer. And like every Subaru, has the added traction of all-wheel drive.
Subaru Outback, the world's first sport utility wagon.
Ah, the rugged outdoorsy type. Nice choice.
Now you can get an APR as low as 2.9% on all 2002 Outback models.
Sit. Relax. Get comfortable. Amid the graceful lines and simple elegance of Scandinavian design, the Volvo S80. It'll change a winding road into an opportunity to unwind.
And that's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
This has been a
Chikoto. The Taliban ambassador to Pakistan says he has no idea where Osama bin Laden is. The Associated Press had quoted him as saying bin Laden had left Afghanistan with his wives and children, but the envoy tells CNN he was misquoted and he doesn't know whether bin Laden has left the country or not. Northern Alliance officials say the Taliban have spread rumors about bin Laden's whereabouts before. Finding Osama bin Laden is proving to be extremely difficult, and getting him once he's found will likely be even more difficult. David Insor reports.
Where is he? Is Osama bin Laden still in Afghanistan, or could he have fled on a horse or mule into Pakistan, or perhaps in a helicopter?
I don't doubt for a minute that there are some well-hidden helicopters that we can't find, and that they are undoubtedly available to the senior people as opposed to the junior people, and that it is possible to run down a ravine and not be seen.
But neither Rumsfeld nor U.S. intelligence officials nor outside experts believe bin Laden has left Afghanistan, not to Pakistan.
Pakistan has a regular sort of army, police. It's a normal control. It's not a Wild West situation.
And not to any other country either. Too risky for him. Too risky for them.
For every regime that sponsors terror, there is a price to be paid.
So that leaves Afghanistan, perhaps in disguise as a woman in a burqa. Not easy when you're at least 6'4".
The only reason there's any chance he might be found is that he's so extraordinarily tall.
That leaves the mountains, hundreds of square miles of them, riddled with caves and tunnels dug through centuries of warfare. Some, as this animation suggests, fitted out for fighters to survive months and years underground. Major General Mahmoud Gareev was an advisor to the Soviet-backed communist Afghan government of the early 90s.
Some of them are 300 to 400 meters deep. Many are located around other areas where there is a 3-kilometer-long tunnel.
And even if American soldiers figure out which cave complex contains the al-Qaeda leader, Namatullah Arghandabi, who fought the Russians from caves and tunnels of Afghanistan, warns U.S. Special Forces will lose men taking bin Laden.
Even if they know where bin Laden is, maybe they will fail, and they have to back up, and they will lose a lot of people.
Some experts on bin Laden say, in fact, they believe the terrorist mastermind has already planned his own end.
I think that he's decided to die in this final conflict. The unfortunate thing is that he may well decide to take a lot of other people with him.
The key to finding bin Laden is intelligence information, and the $25 million reward the U.S. is offering could produce it. One senior official saying there is talk of increasing that price on bin Laden's head. David Ensor, CNN, Washington.
Afghanistan's deposed president says he's returned to Kabul on a mission for peace. Burhanuddin Rabbani says he's not there to extend his government. The Taliban chased Rabbani out of office in 1996. The Taliban have confirmed one of bin Laden's top lieutenants was killed in a U.S. airstrike, and the Pentagon says it has credible reports Mohammed Atef is dead, but they say they can't know for sure until they see his body. And it's not clear exactly who's running the southern city of Kandahar. Some say local tribal laws are taking effect. Others say that's just a smokescreen and that the Taliban supreme leader remains in control of the city. First Lady Laura Bush took aim at the Taliban's treatment of women today. In the weekly presidential address, the First Lady called the Taliban's actions hard and repressive, and she outlined the horrors that Afghans face under the Taliban regime. She said children are not allowed to fly kites, and their mothers face beatings for laughing out loud.
The plight of women and children in Afghanistan is a matter of deliberate human cruelty carried out by those who seek to intimidate and control. Civilized people throughout the world are speaking out in horror, not only because our hearts break for the women and children in Afghanistan, but also because in Afghanistan we see the world the terrorists would like to impose on the rest of us.
Mrs. Bush's delivery of the address was itself part of the campaign against Taliban policies. It was the first time a First Lady has delivered the president's weekly radio address in its entirety. Coming up on CNN Headline News, joining the bailout bandwagon seems to be quite popular these days, but when is enough enough? We'll have that story after a short break.
When I start each morning. When my kids need a playmate.
Prozac Weekly is here. Ask your doctor if it's right for you. For a limited time, you can try Prozac Weekly for 1 month free. Visit freemonth.webmd.com to learn more and print out your coupon from Prozac Weekly. Talk to your doctor today to see if Prozac Weekly could be right for you. Prozac Weekly is here.
It was an incredible scene.
We will not waver. We will not tire. We will not falter. And we will not fail.
This is a battle with only one outcome. Our victory, not theirs.
This is the time when trust matters most, and the world is watching CNN, the only cable news network with the experience to report events as they happen. With anchors Paula Zahn and Aaron Brown in New York, John King, Judy Woodruff, and Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Analysis from Jeff Greenfield and Greta Van Susteren. News-making interviews from Larry King, Lou Dobbs with Market News, and Christiane Amanpour, live from the front lines. In this time of change, America and the world turn to the most trusted name in news. You can depend on CNN.
The man who shut down the nation's busiest airport for hours by running through a security checkpoint is out of jail on bond. Michael Lassiter has been charged with disorderly conduct for violating airport security at Atlanta's Hartsfield International Airport. He could also face federal charges. Lassiter says he ran down and up escalator yesterday after seeing long lines at a security checkpoint. The 32-year-old claims he left a camera bag in the terminal and didn't want to miss his flight to the Georgia-Mississippi football game. After the entire airport was evacuated and searched, thousands of passengers had to go through even tighter security. Delta Airlines said it canceled 147 flights and delayed hundreds of others. It's estimated the security breach will cost airlines tens of millions of dollars. A bit of troubling news regarding Monday's plane crash in New York. Aviation experts say regardless of what else went wrong, the tail on American Airlines Flight 587 shouldn't have fallen off. They say wake turbulence or pressure put on the rudder by the pilots shouldn't have been strong enough to break off the jet's tail. Meanwhile, the Dominican community in Providence, Rhode Island is remembering victims of American Airlines Flight 587. Last night, residents lit a candle for each person killed in Monday's plane crash. The tight-knit community lost 8 people. Since September's attacks, the federal government has spent billions of dollars bailing out everyone from airlines to insurance companies. But as Tim O'Brien reports, many more have their hand out, hoping to hitch a ride on the bailout bandwagon.
In the aftermath of September 11th, there was widespread agreement that the airlines needed help. $15 billion. It was the government, after all, that grounded the planes. Then came the insurance industry, worried about next time, wanting taxpayers to become the insurer of last resort. Next in line, the Postal Service, left reeling from the anthrax scare.
We estimate the cost, the entire cost for terrorism and dealing with Homeland Security to be $3 to $4 billion.
Will the government help? The hotel and restaurant industry, which also took a body blow, would like Congress to revive some old tax breaks.
We're looking for travel incentives for the 100% deductibility of
meals and business entertainment, and spousal travel.
The car rental industry also wants help, $1.5 billion in loan guarantees. Senator John Kyle of Arizona has another idea. Give every taxpayer a $500 credit for personal travel through the end of the year. The special interest bandwagon is even creeping its way into the stimulus package, or so say the Democrats.
The Republican bill today says, ask not what you can do for your country, ask what you can do for their country club pals.
The GOP had a field day retaliating on the Democrats' bill.
We're talking about spending money on apples and apricots, bell peppers, bison meat, blueberries, eggplants, lemons, pumpkins, and watermelons.
And chickens. Democrats found themselves in the awkward position of defending the United States from the threat posed by chicken droppings.
What does poultry waste have to do with Homeland Security, sir?
Well, poultry waste and waste of all agricultural products is something that continues to threaten our country.
The idea was that animal waste might be converted from pollution to some form of energy. Unfortunately for Senator Daschle, it's now being used to highlight what some see as another kind of waste, wasting the taxpayers' dollars. Tim O'Brien, CNN Financial News, Capitol Hill.
For CNN Headline Sports, I'm Steve Overmeyer. Hey, now we've seen Bob Knight do about everything from throwing a chair to putting a chokehold on a kid. But now here he is with his new team, and he surprised everybody by having a quiet conversation with the ref and making him laugh. I mean, is this the real Bob Knight? His first official game since being fired at Indiana. Texas Tech taking on William & Mary. Tech had a 21-point lead, but made some mistakes down the stretch at the end of the second. They turned it over, and oh no, this is not good for Bob Knight's team. And there he is. There he is. That's the real Bob Knight. We knew he would show up. Put on your shin guards. Tech picking it up in the second half, winning this one by 20 points. A typical Bob Knight coached game. Good ball movement, solid defense. Bob Knight now 1-0 at Texas Tech. Well, we've seen Hampton come up with some upsets in the NCAA tournament, but in the regular season, Pirates, they're playing at Chapel Hill, the mecca of college basketball. But under all those championship banners, it was Hampton feeling it. Namely, that guy, Tommy Adams. 20 points for Adams. At the same time, Carolina baited into shooting from the outside. In all, the Heels missed 28 of 34 three-point attempts. That's atrocious. You should have seen Hampton, though, feeding off of that like it was psychological manna from the sky. Dwayne McNeil piling it on. Carolina, though, trying to make a run. Brian Morrison driving, get it to go. But Hampton closing it out. Devlin Green, loose ball, capping it off. A 77-69 upset of Carolina. It's November madness. Now to the NFL, and the Baltimore Ravens have more issues with Lewis. This time, though, it's Jamal Lewis. The star running back was suspended for 4 games for violating the NFL substance abuse policy. Funny thing is, Lewis is out for the season with a knee injury, but now he won't get paid for 4 weeks. If he fails another drug test, he'll be suspended for a full season. That's all for now. For CNN Headline Sports, I'm Steve Overmeyer.
Just ahead on CNN Headline News, is Osama bin Laden still in Afghanistan? The search continues. Stay tuned.
I like to come here early in the morning, before the rest of the world puts their 2 cents in.
When you have pain and sleeplessness, but worry about taking something, reach for Tylenol PM. It's non-habit forming, stops your pain and helps you sleep, so you can wake up refreshed.
If I don't have a good morning, I don't hold out much hope for the rest of the day.
Take comfort. It's Tylenol PM.
The reinvented Camry. One look, and you're gonna want one.
On the WB's new Tuesday, a whodunit turns the town against each other.
He stole a gnome from Babette's garden.
He hooted one of my dance classes.
I heard he controls the weather and wrote the screenplay to Glitter.
And all new Gilmore Girls. Then
someone close to you is going to die.
A disturbing vision resurrects a killer from the past.
You can't save him, Mrs. Kent. No!
An all-new Smallville. After an all-new Gilmore Girls on the WB's new Tuesday.
Welcome back to CNN Headline News. I'm Sachi Koto in Atlanta. Here's a look at the latest developments in the war on terrorism. CNN has learned rumors that Osama bin Laden has left Afghanistan are unfounded. The Taliban envoy to Pakistan says he was misquoted when asked about bin Laden's whereabouts and doesn't know where bin Laden is. U.S. officials were skeptical about the report and believe the Taliban may be trying to misdirect efforts to find bin Laden. Afghan Pushtun tribal leaders met today in Pakistan. They say they're ready to set up a temporary government for southern Afghanistan if the Taliban withdraws from Kandahar. On the military front, U.S. warplanes are busy bombing another Taliban stronghold today. Northern Alliance commanders say U.S. planes pounded 2 villages in Kunduz province for nearly 4 hours this morning. And former Afghan President Burhanuddin Rabbani arrived in Kabul today. He called on all Afghans and even outsiders working toward peace to join him in forming a post-Taliban government. The U.S. Air Force says a laser-guided bomb missed a target and damaged a mosque in eastern Afghanistan. The extent of damage is not known. The accidental bombing happened yesterday on the first day of Ramadan, a Muslim holy month. It could spark a negative reaction since the Muslim world already urged the U.S. to stop its bombing campaign during Ramadan. Investigators have suspected for weeks that there may be more anthrax-tainted letters in the Washington area. Now investigators have discovered a letter addressed to Senator Patrick Leahy of Vermont. Preliminary tests show it was positive for anthrax. Authorities say the letter has the same postmark as the one addressed to Senator Tom Daschle. The writing is similar to the Daschle letter and to the tainted letter addressed to NBC News anchor Tom Brokaw. The new letter was found among mail that was quarantined after the discovery of the Daschle letter. Health officials don't believe anyone was infected, but as a precaution, police are closing the Russell and Dirksen Senate office buildings today for anthrax testing. 4 people have died from inhaled anthrax. Authorities believe the attacks are the work of someone in the United States. While irradiation may protect against anthrax being sent through the mail, it may also destroy some prescription drugs and other medical products. An informal survey by the Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers Association found there is no scientific data on which to determine how safe it is to zap medications. An FDA physicist also questions the Postal Service's plan to separately handle shipments coming from mail-order pharmacies, since some drugs are shipped in unmarked padded envelopes. A push to eradicate the smallpox virus being held in U.S. labs has come to a halt. CNN has confirmed the Bush administration will keep virus stockpiles and continue research. The U.S. and Russia have the only, quote, known and confirmed stocks of the virus. Officials say the threat of bioterrorism requires the country to keep the virus to prepare for a potential smallpox attack. Muslims around the world started the holy month of Ramadan this week. Islam, the world's fastest growing religion, follows the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad. Let's go behind the headlines.
By saying these words, one can convert to Islam. There is no God but God, and Muhammad is his messenger. But who is this messenger, thought by Muslims to be God's last, in a line including Noah and Jesus? There are no images of Muhammad. Images of God or the Prophet are forbidden by Islam. But we do know about his life, the life of a simple man, above average in height, who walked the deserts of Arabia in long strides 1,500 years ago. And we do know that Islam, based on his revelations and the way he lived, has more than 1 billion followers and is the fastest growing religion in the world. Orphaned at a young age, Muhammad was raised by an uncle. By the time he was 25, he was a well-known merchant in the city of Mecca in modern-day Saudi Arabia. He sold wares for a widow, Khadija, and eventually they wed. She gave birth to 5 children. When Muhammad was 40, Muslims believe he was visited in a dream by the angel Gabriel. The revelations, which continued throughout his life, were transcribed to form Islam's holy book, the Quran. But the Quran is only the first source of Islam, and it is a fraction of the size of Islam's second source, the Sunnah. In Arabic, sunnah means model life or example, and it is the life of the Prophet Muhammad that is taken by Muslims to be the perfect example of how a Muslim should live. For example, the Quran says, establish prayer, but to find that one should pray 5 times daily, as well as how to perform prayer, Muslims consult the Sunnah, turning to the example of Muhammad.
The Justice Department is up for a new name. President Bush is expected to name the headquarters after Democrat Robert F. Kennedy. The order could come as soon as this week. Bobby Kennedy was U.S. Attorney General during the administration of his brother, President John F. Kennedy. He then became a U.S. Senator and was assassinated in 1968 while campaigning for the Democratic presidential nomination. When holiday travelers sit down to Thanksgiving dinner, some may give thanks for falling gasoline prices. The average price of gas is expected to drop by as much as a dime this week. That's just in time for the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays, which are traditionally the busiest travel season of the year. If you make tomorrow a lazy Sunday morning, you may miss out on a once-in-a-lifetime event. Before dawn, astronomers say the Leonid meteor shower will be quite a show. Stargazers away from city lights will have the best views.
This is CNN.
This is a special late edition, Target Terrorism.
We're making great progress in our objective.
But Osama bin Laden's whereabouts are still unknown. What's the next move for the United States? We'll ask President Bush's National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice.
We're tightening the noose. It's a matter of time.
The war takes some breathtaking new turns. We'll get an assessment from 2 key members of Congressional Intelligence Committees, Republican Senator Richard Shelby and Democratic Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi. The Northern Alliance makes major military gains in Afghanistan. But will the diplomatic offensive be as easy to win? We'll discuss the future of Afghanistan with Northern Alliance Representative Harun Amin and Pakistani Ambassador to the U.S., Maliha Lodi. As more than 1 billion people around the world observe the Muslim holy month of Ramadan, we'll examine the radicalization of an ancient religion. And will the U.S. skies ever feel safe again? We'll discuss aviation security with 2 experts. Plus our late edition roundtable, Steve Roberts, Susan Page, and Christopher Caldwell. And in our special 3rd hour, we'll take your questions and phone calls for our military and legal analysts and reporters covering the conflict from around the globe. And Bruce Morton has the last word on a significant casualty of war. It's noon in Washington and New York, 9 a.m. in Los Angeles, 9:30 p.m. in Kabul, Afghanistan, and 10 p.m. in Islamabad, Pakistan. Wherever you're watching from around the world, thanks for joining us for this special 3-hour late edition. We'll get to our interview with the U.S. National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice shortly, but first, the latest developments in the war on terrorism. And we begin in Afghanistan, where for the first time in 5 years, significant parts of the country are no longer under Taliban control. CNN's Christiane Amanpour is in the Afghan capital of Kabul with all the latest developments. Christiane?
Well, Wolf, in terms of the fighting, the last stance by the Taliban in northern Afghanistan is in the town of Kunduz. These are Taliban and other of those Arab mercenaries who've retreated from other key towns in northern Afghanistan and are there in Kunduz in a battle to the death, it seems, with the Northern Alliance. The United States airstrikes have been pounding those front lines intensely today, and there have been pictures of huge plumes of smoke rising from those areas. There are also a series of conflicting and unconfirmed reports that the Taliban commander of Kunduz, in alliance with a Pashtun, or rather a tribal leader from that area, has discussed surrendering to the UN, not to the Northern Alliance, but to the UN. We have no confirmation of that, and when we asked the UN, they said they weren't aware of that. In the meantime, the Northern Alliance, backed by several tanks and some artillery, are continuing to push their offensive against the Taliban there, always saying that if the Taliban surrendered, they would accept that surrender. In Kabul, the situation is more focused on the political situation here. The military reality has sped up so fast that it's left the political situation quite far behind. The Northern Alliance President Rabbani came back to Kabul for the first time in 5 years yesterday, and that sparked some jitters both in the international community and in the residents of Afghanistan. But he did say that he wasn't here to reclaim power, only to lay the groundwork for peace. Now, the UN Special Representative has been here trying to talk to all the different faction leaders and trying to get these ethnic leaders and faction leaders together to make some kind of a political agreement stick. We don't know where any meeting is going to take place. There seems to be some difference of opinion amongst the Northern Alliance whether it should take place in Kabul or outside of Afghanistan. The senior member of the Northern Alliance, the foreign minister, has said that he would be willing to have this meeting outside Afghanistan, but as yet we have no confirmation of when or where such a political meeting will take place. Wolf.
Christiane Amanpour in Kabul. And this note, Christiane will be back during our third hour to take your phone calls and questions on the latest situation together with other reporters covering this story. Thank you very much, Christiane. Meanwhile, President Bush has a very busy week ahead. Once he gets back to Washington, his first order of business tomorrow will be the signing of a new aviation security bill into law. CNN White House correspondent Major Garrett joins us now live from near the presidential ranch in Crawford, Texas. Major?
Good afternoon, Wolf. The airline security bill will be among two top domestic issues the president will address. The airline security issue is now done. He'll sign the legislation Monday, and with remarks remind the American public that now Congress has acted to vastly improve airline security, although many of those changes will not be visible in the Thanksgiving and holiday traveling periods, but nevertheless, the Transportation Department, the FAA, will begin implementing that law just as soon as possible. The other top domestic issue, Wolf, will be economic stimulus. The president will urge Congress, which has been in quite a bit of serious disagreement about how to proceed on an economic stimulus plan, to put those disagreements aside and try to produce for him a bill he can sign by the end of November. Prospects for that appear extremely doubtful. However, on the international front, the president will continue to monitor the situation in Afghanistan. He and other top administration officials underscoring that even though the Taliban appears to be in near full retreat, the military objectives have not been achieved. The Taliban is not completely defeated, and the al-Qaeda terrorist network has not been completely destroyed. And until that happens, the military campaign will continue apace. Nevertheless, top administration officials appearing on the Sunday talk shows did appear increasingly confident about eventually capturing Osama bin Laden. And Secretary of State Colin Powell on one of the talk shows this morning said not only will the U.S. capture him, but they don't believe he has any safe place to hide outside of Afghanistan.
He is not going to find a safe haven in Pakistan or Uzbekistan or Tajikistan or Turkmenistan or Iran. I don't even think in China. I mean, I don't think this fellow is going to be welcomed anywhere. He is an outcast. He is a murderer. He's a terrorist. The whole world recognizes that, and he is on the run, just as the president said he would be, and we will get him.
Wolf, the administration today is also increasingly optimistic that the Northern Alliance will in fact agree to that meeting that Christiane referred to, one that would be to talk about plotting a multi-ethnic and broad-based government for Afghanistan. The United States has made it abundantly clear to Northern Alliance leaders that they risk losing U.S. aid, trade, and the goodwill of the international community if it resists such a move. Wolf?
Major Garrett in Crawford, Texas, thank you very much. And there's another breaking news story we've been following for the past hour or so. In the northern Arabian Sea, an oil tanker suspected of carrying Iraqi oil has sunk, and 2 U.S. Navy sailors who boarded the ship are missing. CNN's Kathleen Koch is over at the Pentagon. She has all the latest details. Kathleen?
Well, if those 2 sailors were part of an 8-member security team that early Sunday morning boarded that oil tanker in the North Arabian Gulf. Now, U.S. Fifth Fleet spokesman Lieutenant Melissa Sherman says that the tanker, the Sommer, was flying a United Arab Emirates flag and was apparently overloaded. The team boarded and discovered it was carrying some 1,700 metric tons of Iraqi oil in violation of UN sanctions. Bags of grain had been piled on top in the upper hold in order to hide the contraband oil tanks. And at At some point after the boarding, the ship began to sink. The U.S. Navy says that 6 U.S. sailors from a Navy destroyer, the USS Peterson, which is based in Norfolk, Virginia, were rescued, as were 10 crew members of the oil tanker. One summer crew member was found dead and the body recovered, while 3 others are still missing. 3 Navy ships, 2 civilian vessels, as well as U.S. Navy helicopters and planes are searching the area. The Navy cannot say how long those sailors were on board the ship when it began sinking, or where exactly they were when that tanker began to go under, but it has launched a preliminary inquiry. Wolf?
Kathleen Cook at the Pentagon, thank you very much. We'll continue to monitor that story as well. Meanwhile, the breathtaking retreat of the Taliban is shifting some of the focus in the war against terrorism from the military to the diplomatic. A suddenly new emphasis is on trying to form a new and broad-based government in Afghanistan. Earlier today, I spoke with the President's National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, about the Bush administration's next steps. Dr. Rice, thanks for joining us. I want to get right to the issue of what's happening on the ground in Afghanistan, but first, this incident in the Persian Gulf involving an Iraqi oil tanker missing. What's the latest?
My understanding is that this was a part of our normal interdiction efforts to make certain that the UN sanctions are being observed, that there was no incident, no hostile incident at sea, but rather that when American sailors boarded this to check out the cargo, that the ship sank, and it may have been weather-related, it may have been overloaded, but we have no reason to believe it was a hostile incident of any kind.
And it was no deliberate provocation, deliberate action against Iraq?
Absolutely not. This is a normal process in which we've been engaged for a number of years of making certain that the UN sanctions are observed.
All right, let's get to the situation inside Afghanistan right now. Do you, the U.S. government, have any idea where Osama bin Laden is right now?
We have no reason to believe that he has left Afghanistan. We do believe that he continues to operate in a fairly narrow range. We think that the more that we are stripping away his protection, in a sense, stripping away the Taliban, stripping away the hardcore fighters that protect him, that we're beginning to narrow his possibilities for hiding. But I want to be very clear that getting the al-Qaeda network broken up is really what we're after here, that it's terrific that the Northern Alliance has had the successes that it's had. It's very important that the Taliban are fleeing and that we're loosening the grip on the country, but this mission will not be complete until we have broken up this al-Qaeda network and until it cannot do the kind of harm that it did on September 11th.
Have you narrowed the potential area where Osama bin Laden is to within, what, 30 square miles or anything like that?
We believe that his options are quite a bit narrower than they were when we began.
Is it near Kandahar in the south?
I can't speak to precisely where he is, but we are narrowing this and we are putting a net around him, and eventually we're going to get him.
Do you want to get him alive or dead? In other words, do you want to capture him or do you want to kill him?
As the President has said, our view of this is that we have to break up this al-Qaeda network, and we have to make certain that bin Laden and his lieutenants are brought to justice. And that's the focus here. The President has said we'll do it any way that we can.
Well, what would be better, in your opinion? Would it be better to put him on trial, to capture him, put him on trial, or just to kill him?
I think the most important thing is that he's not able to function any longer, and we're agnostic as to how that happens.
So even a long, drawn-out trial, he might be able to function in certain ways.
I rather doubt that we're talking about, just given the circumstances here, I rather doubt we're talking about a long, drawn-out trial.
Mohammed Atef, one of his top deputies, do you know for a fact now that he is dead?
We're getting more and more confirming evidence that he is. In fact, I think a Taliban leader has said that we managed to eliminate him. That's very good news because he was the number 3 man in the organization. He most likely planned a lot of these attacks. But the al-Qaeda network is more than one man, and we have made very clear that there's an entire leadership here, an entire command and control structure that has to be taken down.
Mullah Omar, the leader of the Taliban, he gave an interview to the BBC this past week. Among other things, he said this: the current situation in Afghanistan is related to a bigger cause, that is the destruction of America. If God's help is with us, this will happen within a short period of time. Do the same rules of engagement as far as Osama bin Laden is concerned involve Mullah Mohammed Omar, the leader of the Taliban?
Taliban command and control, including Mullah Omar, are clearly have to be eliminated if we're going to be able to loosen the grip of the Taliban and to win this war. And winning this war again means getting rid of the Taliban leadership so that the grip on the country is loosened, so that we can root out the Al-Qaeda, and so that Afghanistan is no longer a terrorist haven. But he's considered command and control.
So you want to capture or kill Mullah Omar and his top lieutenants as well?
We are certainly determined to eliminate the command and control apparatus of the Taliban as well.
You saw the headline in the Washington Post that some 10 times in recent weeks the U.S. military thought they had the leadership targeted, but then it went through the chain of command, the central command. By the time everybody approved it, the lawyers and everybody else, it was too late.
I would be somewhat skeptical of reports of people who say, we knew we had him. This is a very complicated matter of knowing where these people are, of knowing what you're looking at. I will just say that I don't want to comment on kind of anonymous carping against a strategy that's working very, very well and against a commander that's working very, very well. The President approved a military strategy at the beginning of this. It had ample authority for the military to discharge its duties. Of course, there was concern about civilian casualties. We are a civilized society and we're concerned about civilian casualties. But this is a strategy that is working. It is working because we are now on the ground. We're able to marry up our considerable air power with the ground offensive that the Northern Alliance has been engaged in, and we're achieving the objectives.
The Northern Alliance appears to be acting as if it's the new government of Afghanistan in Kabul. You saw the former leader Rabbani. He's now on the ground in Kabul. Seems to be acting as if he's the prime minister of Afghanistan, or the president, or whatever. And this seems to go against what President Bush specifically said earlier in the week. I want to play an excerpt from what the president said on Tuesday about the Northern Alliance. Listen to this.
They have no intention of occupying, and they've said this publicly. They intend not to occupy Kabul, which is fine. That's the way it ought to be.
They're operating out of the Foreign Ministry, the Treasury, most of the government buildings in Kabul. They seem to be thinking that they're the government.
In the first phases, when the Taliban were fleeing from Kabul, it's very clear that the Northern Alliance believed that they faced a situation in which the Taliban were really wreaking havoc, and there was a kind of chaos ensuing in Kabul. And so they used some of their security forces to try and bring about some order. They did keep the bulk of their forces outside the city, as they were asked to do. We've made very clear to the leadership of the Northern Alliance, and they have said that they want to be a part of a broad-based government in Afghanistan. And that cannot be done if there's some kind of declared government up front. And so what you're seeing here is, I believe, a willingness of the Northern Alliance to wait for the process that needs to get underway here. Mr. Brahimi is working very hard now to bring various parties together in a process so that a provisional government can be established. That government cannot be Northern Alliance only, and we've made that very clear to them. So have the Russians, the French, the British, others. Clearly, they understand what has to be done here, and we have no reason to believe that they are unwilling to participate in that process.
Lakhdar Brahimi, of course, is the UN Special Envoy. Yes. He spoke out about what he would like to see when all is said and done. I want you to listen to what he had to say.
The preferred option is an all-Afghan force, provided it can be fielded in a speedy, robust, and credible manner.
Can that be done? Is that realistic?
Well, it's an option, but I think that there are really two important elements here. One is that the political process now really needs to catch up with the facts on the ground. Quite clearly, the facts on the ground evolved very quickly. The political process that Mr. Brahimi is going to lead of bringing together the various ethnic groups in Afghanistan, Pashtun, ethnic Tajiks, ethnic Uzbeks, and other tribes, so that this government has a broad base, that really has to get underway now. The security arrangements that will attend the arrangements that are political, I think, still has to be worked out, and we need to do whatever will be most effective.
The Taliban soldiers who are defecting, what happens to them? Are they arrested? Are they pursued? Are they brought in? Are they welcomed as part of a potentially new regime in Afghanistan?
We're not going to try to dictate the nature of this government to the Afghan people. It is really the UN's role and Mr. Brahimi's role to bring them together to discuss the solution here. Clearly, Taliban leadership and those who've been associated with the Taliban most closely can't possibly be a part of this, because obviously they have wrecked the country. They've been incredibly repressive. They've oppressed the people. They've allowed Afghanistan to be occupied by foreign invaders, including a terrorist cell that is doing great harm and damage to many countries all over the world. They obviously can't be a part of anything like this.
But are they treated as POWs?
They will be treated, I'm quite certain that they will be treated well, unlike the way that they would treat anyone under their own auspices.
You've seen the reports, though, that some Northern Alliance troops are summarily executing, torturing Taliban soldiers and others, especially the non-Afghans, the Pakistanis, the Arabs who worked with al-Qaeda and the Taliban.
I've seen lots of reporting about what is going on in a very chaotic situation. I've also seen reports that these foreign fighters, these mercenaries who came from around the world to occupy Afghanistan and to give cover and support to the al-Qaeda network, are fighting back hard, that they've said that they are not going to be taken alive. And so we have to remember this is a wartime situation.
This week in Kabul, even our own CNN producers and crews and reporters found all sorts of documents in so-called al-Qaeda safe houses dealing with chemical, biological, even nuclear capabilities. Do you believe, first of all, that al-Qaeda has any even crude nuclear capability?
We have no evidence that they actually have a device or have capability, but we do know that Osama bin Laden and his lieutenants have been very clear that they intend to acquire weapons of mass destruction, and that they believe it, quote, their religious duty to do so. So we're taking this very seriously. We have to act as if they might acquire something, and that's why the president is absolutely serious about rooting them out, disrupting them, making certain that they don't have safe haven as quickly as possible. If ever it were clear that we are in a war of self-defense, this kind of information that they're seeking a weapon of mass destruction just makes that case even stronger. The
war in Afghanistan looks like it's going to be over relatively soon, but the other war against terrorism around the world could go on for a long, long time. How much longer do you think the fighting inside Afghanistan will continue?
We are not proceeding as if this war is nearing conclusion, because we know that until the mission is achieved, and that mission is to root out al-Qaeda, to make certain that its leadership cannot reconstitute, to make certain that Afghanistan cannot be used as a terrorist base. And in order to do that, we do have to loosen the grip of the Taliban. But that was always a means to an end, not an end to itself. And so until we've achieved this mission, this war is not done. And we're not making any predictions about how long that will take. It is also true that the president has made clear that Afghanistan is not the only place that we have to worry about in terrorism, but we're going about this in a multiplicity of ways, including working with governments around the world to root out terrorists, to shut off their financial networks, to use law enforcement and intelligence information to disrupt their activities. So there's a lot going on, even as we're trying to bring to a conclusion eventually the war in Afghanistan.
In just a moment, more of my interview with the President's National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice. I'll ask her about the White House's latest efforts to publicize the plight of women in Afghanistan. But what about the women's rights elsewhere in the region? Stay with us.
Late Edition with Wolf Blitzer is brought to you by Conoco. At Conoco, we think big and move fast. And by Pacific Life. Annuities, insurance, investments. Discover the power of the Pacific.
An idea to build an ultra-deepwater drill ship capable of drilling nearly 2 miles below the ocean's surface. And last year, that ship struck oil. Conoco, think big, move fast.
How can you provide for the future of the people who depend on you? With the power of Pacific Life. For over 130 years, Pacific Life has improved the lives of millions with investments, annuities, and insurance.
Because careful planning today can help them reach their dreams tomorrow. Discover the power of Pacific Life.
Get the news and latest developments from Washington, D.C. with John King. Another reason why you can depend on CNN.
Running a small business is all about pursuing a dream, making your mark, finding new ways to get things done. Sprint understands, and they have some new ways to help your business succeed, like data services backed by guarantees. They call it the Sprint Small Business Promise. It says that their data services will be among the most reliable in the business. So reliable, in fact, that if the Sprint network goes down, even for a minute, you'll get 3 days of service free. Guaranteed. In short, it says that Sprint will be there for you 24/7, with data services designed specifically for small business and backed by unsurpassed guarantees. For your guarantees, call 1-800-743-2040.
Do it by December 31st and they'll throw in a Cisco router worth $3,400.
So go on, invent a new product, change an entire industry, shake up the world. Just know that Sprint has you covered. Guaranteed.
This is CNN.
This is a medicine. These are the cells in your body. And take most medicines, and they scatter throughout your body to every cell. But right now, America's pharmaceutical company researchers are creating new smart medicines. They can ignore healthy cells and go straight to the disease to fight illnesses like leukemia, arthritis, and heart disease. Soon, there will be a lot more of these smart medicines. You can bank on it.
Welcome back. Now more of my interview with the President's National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice. The First Lady delivered the President's radio address yesterday, as you know, and spoke out about the plight of women in Afghanistan under the Taliban. Among other things, she said this. Listen to this.
Yet the terrorists who helped rule that country now plot and plan in many countries, and they must be stopped. The fight against terrorism is also a fight for the rights and dignity of women.
Does that go beyond Afghanistan to other countries in the region?
Clearly, the situation in Afghanistan was one of the most horrific for women that we've seen in quite a long time. And we have to remember that Afghanistan was a country in which women were educated, in which women were doctors and women were teachers. And any post-Taliban regime has got to be better for the lives of women. And that's one of our values. Clearly, the United States wants to uphold its values worldwide, and we believe in equal rights for women. We believe that women are an important part of any society, and I think we are living proof by example that when women are fully incorporated, a country is better off for it.
I asked the question because Saudi Arabia, a close U.S. ally, in the State Department's current human rights report dealing with women in Saudi Arabia, among other things, the State Department says this: women have few political or social rights and are not treated as equal members of society. There are no active women's rights groups. Women legally may not drive motor vehicles and are restricted in their use of public facilities when men are present. Women must enter city buses by separate rear entrances and sit in specially designated sections. Women risk arrest by the Mutawin, which is the religious police, for riding in a vehicle driven by a male who is not an employee or a close male relative. Women are not admitted to a hospital for medical treatment without the consent of a male relative. By law and custom, women may not undertake domestic or foreign travel alone. That sounds very harsh to most Westerners.
Well, we are clearly not trying to dictate the laws of every country in the world, but we do make very clear to every country in the world that we have very strong views about the rights of women. It's a human rights issue for us, and we carry out our policies mindful of our responsibility to stay true to our values. We also believe that practically any country that degrades women or any country that cuts them off from the vital life of the country is making a very big mistake, and we make that very clear. It is true that in the Middle East, many countries are making great strides in the rights of women, and we think that's a very positive trend.
Do you routinely, regularly, have you ever raised this issue with the government of Saudi Arabia?
The United States raises this issue all the time. You just read from a human rights report from the State Department. We have multiple ways of raising these issues. I don't think anybody would doubt where the United States stands on the rights of women internationally.
Some have suggested that the model being used to uproot terrorism in Afghanistan, finding local rebels, working with a neighboring country, Pakistan in this particular case, could be used in dealing with Iraq, for example. Turkey, a close U.S. ally in the north, opposition to Saddam Hussein, the Kurds in the north, the Shiites in the south. Is the Afghan model for uprooting terrorism inside Afghanistan applicable to dealing with Saddam Hussein and the terrorist threat from Iraq?
We're not going to try to mechanistically apply what we've applied in Afghanistan to every case. What the President has made very clear is that the war on terrorism is a broad war on terrorism, that we do not believe that there are good terrorists and bad terrorists, that you cannot like Al-Qaeda and say that you favor Hezbollah, for instance. And so we've made very clear that this is a broad war on terrorism, but we're using a multiplicity of means. We're using financial pressure in a number of places. We're using law enforcement and intelligence in other places, and we're using moral suasion. We're also, however, making very clear to countries that this is not a good business to be in. Harboring terrorists is not a good business to be in. Now, as to Iraq, Iraq is, in a sense, a different case. We have said for a number of years that Iraq is a threat to its neighbors, to its people, to the region, and to American interests. This is someone who's trying to acquire weapons of mass destruction, has been trying to do it ever since he's been in power, has been caught a couple of times trying to do it, and clearly does not want UN inspectors in Iraq because he wants to acquire weapons of mass destruction. We didn't need September 11th to tell us that he is a threat to our interests, and we're monitoring him, we're watching him. We'll deal with that situation eventually.
Secretary of State Powell is expected to deliver a major speech on the Israeli-Palestinian situation tomorrow, declaring U.S. support once again for a Palestinian state alongside Israel. The two-part question. First part, does the United States believe that Yasser Arafat, the leader of the Palestinian Authority, is ready to live in peace alongside Israel?
The work that we're doing with Yasser Arafat is very clearly because we believe he's the representative of the Palestinian people. We're not trying to choose representation for the Palestinian people. What we've said to him is that responsible leadership means that you cannot associate with terrorists. We've said that to responsible leaders all over the world. And we've asked him to demonstrate that responsible leadership by arresting terrorists, by dealing with them, by making certain that they are not in his midst, so that conditions can be created on the ground and a future vision of a Middle East in which Israel is secure and there is a secure Palestinian state where the Palestinian people can determine their own destiny can be fulfilled. And so that's the nature of our dialogue with Mr. Arafat. It's also the nature of our dialogue with Israel, that we believe there's a process in place that provides an alternative to the difficult situation that all are experiencing in the region right now.
Do you have confidence that Prime Minister Sharon can make the kinds of concessions that the Palestinians would need for there to be a complete Israeli-Palestinian settlement?
I'm quite confident that the state of Israel desires peace and that Prime Minister Sharon desires peace. There have to be negotiations. What cannot be compromised is the security of Israel. We've made that very clear. What needs to be discussed is how the parties can move forward on what they jointly have said is a good blueprint for this, which is the Mitchell process. It gives them a series of steps to go through so that they eventually get to the more difficult issues that are out in the future. But there is no doubt in my mind that the Israeli government wants to seek peace.
We have to let you go, but I can't let you go without saying that a lot of our viewers saw that beautiful pictorial spread about you in Vogue magazine. That was quite a little spread.
It was fun. I decided when you have a photographer like Annie Leibovitz who wants to work with you, it's nice to have a little bit of fun. The piano is obviously extremely important to me, and I wanted people to see that the piano is central to my life.
Well, maybe the next time you're on this program, we'll get a piano and you'll show the world
I'd love to do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Condoleezza Rice, good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just ahead, with the whereabouts of Osama bin Laden still unknown, is the U.S. intelligence community up to the job of finding him? We'll talk with two key members of Congress who've been monitoring intelligence efforts, Democratic Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi and Republican Senator Richard Shelby. Late Edition will continue right after this.
One company provides total document solutions for business.
Yes, sir.
One company offers digital copiers that scan, print, fax, and finish.
Yes, sir.
One company makes the most earth-friendly printers and copiers on the planet.
Yes, sir.
One company has a printer drum that lasts 30 times longer.
Yes, sir.
One company. Kyocera Mita.
Coming soon to the Discovery Channel. You've never seen us, never heard of us. It's time we met. Just don't turn your back. After the dinosaurs, our world had strange beasts you've never seen. Discover them on the only network that could bring them back to life. Walking with prehistoric beasts. Coming soon, only on the Discovery Channel.
This is the old man of the desert. He can live 100 years in 140-degree heat. But if startled, he can die. So when we built our pipeline through the desert, Williams took special care to help every desert tortoise along the way, to speed new energy to the west without slowing down the old man of the desert.
CNN Tonight. The New York Times calls the sequel to Beneath the Veil extraordinary. The Boston Globe says it's heartbreaking. Don't miss CNN Presents Unholy War, an all-new special tonight, 7 Eastern, 8 Pacific, only on CNN.
An exclusive interview with American Airlines President and CEO Donald Carty discussing the September 11th attack, last Monday's crash, and why many Americans are afraid to fly. Monday, 9 Eastern on CNN.
Welcome back to Late Edition. Osama bin Laden, by all accounts, remains both alive and elusive despite the U.S. military campaign in Afghanistan. We're joined now by two leading members of the U.S. House and Senate. In Birmingham, Alabama, Senator Richard Shelby, he's the top Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee. And in San Francisco, Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, she's the ranking Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee. She also was recently elected the minority whip. She'll take that position in the House of Representatives in January. Good to have both of you on Late Edition. And Congresswoman Pelosi, let me begin with you. Does the U.S. intelligence community, in your opinion, have a good sense where Osama bin Laden is right now?
I really couldn't say, Wolf. I know that they have a better idea of where he is. But I do also think that whether he is taken dead or alive is an elementary question. I think that he's instructed those around him to kill him if the Americans come anywhere near him.
How do we know that? How does the U.S. government know that?
Well, we've had, there's empirical and anecdotal information to that effect. I don't have proof positive to tell you that right here, but there are two things that they say he dreads. One is to be taken by the Americans, and another is to die a natural death, that is, not to die in the jihad. It's also been reported that he's told his son, even his son, to kill him if he is to be apprehended by the Americans.
Senator Shelby, is that consistent with what you know about Osama bin Laden?
Well, we do know that the perimeter has shortened a lot over the last week in Afghanistan. He doesn't have the bigger place to run there. I don't know where he is today. I hope our people know basically where he is, but knowing generally where he is and getting him destroying him is two different things.
What about Mullah Mohammed Omar, the leader of the Taliban, Senator Shelby? Is it the same rules apply toward him as apply toward Osama bin Laden?
Well, I'm not sure about that. I believe that he is the leader of the Taliban, or was, and we think he is right now. What his fate will be ultimately, I don't know. It might depend on what kind of deal he cuts toward the end with the Northern Alliance and their allies.
Congresswoman Pelosi, do you share the administration's concern about what's happening apparently politically on the ground in Afghanistan right now, with the Northern Alliance not only taking over huge chunks of the country, perhaps 2/3, but also beginning to behave as if it's the ruling government?
Well, I think that is a concern that we all share. The fact is that we want to have, perhaps under UN auspices, a multi-ethnic government formed there so that we just don't go into another crisis. Certainly the Northern Alliance, they have fought bravely. Sadly, Massoud is not there to be part of the victories that they are experiencing. But it is, the United States has a major role in that, and what we want to do is to have a government established in Afghanistan with, by the way, women being full participants in establishing that government, and not one that substitutes one faction for another, not to equate the Northern Alliance with the Taliban, but to just say that in order for peace to have any length to it, it has to be one that is multi-ethnic, that involves many of the tribes. And as you know, the southern part of Afghanistan needs to be represented in that government.
Senator Shelby, during the campaign last year, the president, when he was the candidate, lamented what he called the Clinton administration's efforts at nation building. But isn't that precisely what the Bush administration is trying to achieve right now in Afghanistan?
I think running for president is one thing, being the president and being informed of what's really going on in the world is another. I think President Bush realizes now to a great extent that we're going to have to, with our allies and our neighbors, help rebuild Afghanistan, to help the people there create a nation. I believe myself that no tribe, no ethnic group could dominate that country, and some type of federation where all tribes, all people are represented is the best hope that we can have for that country.
What happens next, Congresswoman Pelosi, assuming the military operation is over with one way or another relatively soon in Afghanistan? The administration says the war against terrorism will continue, but should it continue next, in your opinion, against Iraq?
Well, I do think that the president has made it clear that we will root out terrorism where it exists and go to those countries that harbor terrorists. If the information, if the documentation is there that terrorism is still a threat to the world because of the activities of the Iraqis, well, a judgment will have to be made at that time. The president has the authority to fight terrorism in events springing from September 11th. So if he's going well beyond that, we may have to have a revisiting of that authority in Congress. But the American people want us to snuff out, eliminate terrorism wherever it exists.
What is the mood in the Senate, as far as you can tell, Senator Shelby, about Iraq and terrorism right now?
Well, I think we all realize that Iraq has sponsored terrorism, has tried very hard to get nuclear weapons, would do anything. At the moment, though, I think we should focus on Afghanistan and Osama bin Laden and his group, but we should not ignore terrorists wherever they are. If they lead to Iraq or other countries, we've got to pursue them. The president has promised the American people he would do this. I believe he will have the backing of the Senate and the House in doing so.
All right, Senator, Congresswoman, we're going to take a quick break. We have a lot more to talk about with Nancy Pelosi and Richard Shelby. Late edition. We'll be right back.
Reinvented Camry. One look, and you're going to want one.
Today's business thought. Ever wonder what Next Generation Network really means? It means it won't be ready until the next generation. A message from WorldCom, owner of this generation's farthest-reaching IP network. Leave nothing to chance. WorldCom, Generation D.
You go first. I think you. Being first is never easy. Will I make it? Will I be laughed at? Will it be worth it?
In the most shocking documentary of the year, Beneath the Veil, one woman ventured into the heart of darkness and returned with secret footage of unimaginable brutality. Now, after the attacks of September 11th, Syra Shaw risks her life to return, and her journey will amaze and inspire you. Don't miss the extraordinary sequel to Beneath the Veil, CNN presents Unholy War, exclusively on CNN, tonight, 7 Eastern, 8 Pacific.
Welcome back to Late Edition. We're continuing our conversation with Republican Senator Richard Shelby of Alabama and Democratic Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi of California. Congresswoman Pelosi, as you know, President Bush has authorized these new military tribunals to deal with accused terrorists. The New York Times, among other publications, very concerned about this, infringements on the constitutional rights of individuals. Among other things, the New York Times, in an editorial on Friday, wrote, "In his effort to defend America from terrorists, Mr. Bush is eroding the very values and principles he seeks to protect, including the rule of law." Are you on board as far as this policy by the Bush administration is concerned?
No, I'm not on board, and I have expressed the disagreement of, not only my own disagreement, but those of many of my colleagues to the highest level of the Bush administration. I'm very concerned about what the President has put forth, although, again, we're respectful of his need to snuff out terrorism, prevent any acts from happening again. We recognize that there has to be some derogation of rights in our country in this unusual emergency time. However, I think the President goes too far. I think what he's doing is almost a usurpation of the system of checks and balances. Here we have the executive branch under the Department of Defense usurping the power of the judiciary for trials in the United States for non-citizens. Here we have the Department of Defense making the definitions, establishing the regulations for how those cases will proceed. If anything is to proceed in this direction, I think that the Congress of the United States should be fully involved in how that balance is created, how that recognized derogation of freedom will happen for this short period of time. But I'm very, very concerned they determine what the burden of proof is, that it's only 2/3 of the tribunal would be required for a guilty verdict instead of unanimous as in a trial. These are in secret. They could give the death penalty. And I have serious questions as to whether the people who have been rounded up already in the United States would be subjected to this.
Senator Shelby, as you know, there are even some conservatives. This is not necessarily just a liberal conservative issue. Some conservatives have expressed concern about some of these new measures. Where do you stand on this?
I believe President Bush is exactly right. There is historical precedent for this. A lot of this comes out of what is known as the law of war under President Roosevelt, Second World War. This kind of courts where we tried spies, terrorists, and so forth that would help destroy this country. The Supreme Court of the United States has looked into this and upheld it. I believe it's the right thing to do. It's the only thing to do. It's the right message, I believe.
And let me ask you another question on a different controversial subject. Congressman Pelosi, aviation security, the House and the Senate.
Just before we go from that, Wolf, if I may say, if that is the case, then why not involve Congress in making the decisions about how we would derogate the freedoms in our country in this time of emergency. It may be that we arrive at that point.
Nancy, we're not talking about American citizens. We're talking about dealing with terrorists, and I believe the president's, I know the president's right, and the courts have upheld this before.
And then Nancy Pelosi, this doesn't deal with U.S. citizens. It's people who are suspected of being terrorists. But let me move on to aviation.
I understand. No, it's non-citizens in the United States, and as you know, this takes place at a time when we're interrogating 5,000 Middle Eastern young men between 18 and 32 with a temporary visa in the United States. We're listening in phone conversations. I think that all of this may be necessary, but why can't we go through our legislative process of hearings that can be done quickly to say this is a place where we have come with legitimacy rather than deigning on high that we will usurp the power of Congress, usurp the power of the judiciary, with no definitions of what any of these charges are and the rest, except to be defined by the Secretary of Defense. It may well be we arrive at that place, and certainly outside the United States, that would be what would be normal. But I will say this:
let me let Senator Shelby.
Wolf,
I
respectfully disagree with the Congresswoman. I believe we're talking about apples and oranges, and let's stay on apples. We're talking about terrorists. We're talking about military courts. There's a precedent for it. The president, I believe, is exactly right.
All right. Unfortunately, we're all out of time. We're going to leave it right there. We'll continue this discussion, move on to some other issues on another program. I want to thank both Richard Shelby, Nancy Pelosi. Thanks so much for joining us. And just ahead, now that the Northern Alliance is in control of Kabul and other key areas, how close is the Taliban to losing its grip on all of Afghanistan? We'll talk with the Northern Alliance Special Envoy Harun Amin when Late Edition returns.
How can you provide for the future of the people who depend on you? With the power of Pacific Life. For over 130 years, Pacific Life has improved the lives of millions with investments, annuities, and insurance. Because careful planning today can help them reach their dreams tomorrow. Discover the power of Pacific Life.
A respected newsman with a different way of looking at the story, Aaron Brown. Another reason why you can depend on CNN.
On any one of these TVs, you can tune to hundreds of channels of movies, sports, and music. You can even enjoy digital picture and sound, because Comcast Digital Cable works on any one of these TVs. So rest assured, it'll work on your TV.
Rent-Town smashes the competition's high prices. They want $49.99 a week for their 3 months of furniture. Ours start at $29.95 a week, and you don't need credit to get them today. They won't show you the price on their computers.
There aren't any prices in here.
Get a computer from Rent-Town for an unbeatable $15 a week. Get a washer-dryer for less than the cost of going to the laundromat, or a living room and bedroom set for as little as $15 a week. Beat the high prices on appliances, electronics, computers, and furniture at any unbeatable Rent-Town near you.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
Santa Claus is coming to town, along with Frosty the Snowman and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Okay, Rudolph, full power!
Light up the holiday season again and again with 3 of the best-loved original Christmas classics ever. Available on VHS and, for the first time ever, on DVD.
Have a holly jolly Christmas.
All the magical characters are back for your whole family to enjoy.
Frosty the Snowman.
3 legendary movies selected by Time Life as the best in holiday entertainment, and all for only $29.99 on VHS or $39.99 on DVD. So call now for all the warmth, wonder, and great music cheer. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-916-6688 to order Rudolph and Friends, or send $29.99 for 3 VHS or $39.99 for 3 DVD, plus shipping to the address on your screen.
This is CNN.
You're looking at pictures of the U.S.-backed Northern Alliance forces as they took control of Afghanistan's capital, Kabul, on Tuesday. The alliance has set up an interim government, while the Taliban stronghold has largely been reduced to southern Afghanistan. Welcome back to Late Edition. Joining us now from New York is the Northern Alliance Special Representative, Harun Amin. Mr. Amin, welcome back to Late Edition. And let's get right to the issue at hand as far as the Northern Alliance is concerned. Are you trying to set up a government in Kabul right now?
No, that's not the objective here, Wolf. President Rabbani has gone into Kabul. He announced yesterday in a press conference that the objective now is to hold a UN-led peace process for Afghanistan. And I think that the United Nations should immediately look into fostering and furnishing the appropriate venue and site for such a gathering, which we gather as of this morning to be, I think, Germany might be the venue for this place.
Now, and when do you think this kind of meeting to try to bring together all the various ethnic and political factions of Afghanistan, when might that occur?
It should be in the making. I would presume that maybe within the next week that should be taking place. We certainly had a preference for it to be held in Kabul, but I think that for some reason, I think that there was some sort of consensus that it should have been held elsewhere, and so we acquiesced to that, and we hope that it's going to be done as soon as possible.
Will your President Rabbani, will he be going to Germany for that meeting, and where in Germany will it be?
We don't know exactly where, but I think one site that was mentioned was Germany. I think that a delegation from the United Front will certainly go to that gathering, and we would have wished for the Council of National Unity to have taken place by now in Kabul with the former monarch, King of Afghanistan, King Zahir Shah. But then apparently the UN wants it elsewhere in Germany, and I know that the King's people are also coming there, so it's going to be good for people from all walks of life and all segments to get together and then go about formulation of the future transitional setup.
I know the Northern Alliance has supported, at least as a symbolic presence, the exiled king of Afghanistan returning to Kabul. What's stopping him from coming back right now?
Well, I think that as we had put a call for him to come to Kabul, meanwhile, I think the United Nations under the latest Security Council wanted this whole peace process to move ahead. And I think that since the venue and site has changed for this gathering somewhere in Europe, I think that for him to have hopped over to Afghanistan and then gone back over to Europe might have been problematic in the logistical sense. So I think that they're going to all head over to whatever country that might be, Germany or elsewhere, the UN-led peace process. Then I think everyone's going to go to Kabul.
Dr. Abdullah, the foreign minister of the Northern Alliance, spoke out on Tuesday saying he too would like to see a broad-based government put in power in Afghanistan. I want you to listen to what he had to say on Tuesday.
We invite all Afghan groups at this stage to come to Kabul and to start negotiations and to speed up the negotiations about the future of Afghanistan.
Taliban?
Taliban excluded.
So no role for the Taliban, moderate elements of the Taliban forces who have defected. Anyone associated with the Taliban would be excluded as far as the Northern Alliance is concerned from the next government?
Well, I think, Wolf, we have to get the facts clear here. The Taliban have brutalized the Afghan nation so badly, particularly women, that I think it leaves no room for them. Where were these moderates when the Taliban were mistreating women? Where were these moderate Taliban when the nation was, under reign of terror? Where were these moderates who had stood up against Osama bin Laden? So I think there are no moderate Taliban. The very person that was named the moderate Taliban by his friends up in Pakistan ended up saying he would be the first person to protect Osama bin Laden. So I think the whole idea of moderate Taliban is just out of context, and it's up to the Afghan nation to decide if in the future they would want moderate Taliban to participate in any political process.
As you know, the big issue, a big issue, assuming the U.S. military and the Northern Alliance, the other coalition partners, get the military job in Afghanistan done relatively quickly, the issue will be peacekeeping inside Afghanistan. Richard Holbrooke, the former U.S. ambassador to the UN, wrote an opinion piece in the Washington Post this past week. Among other things, he said this: "To me, this is fantasy. The Afghans have been fighting among themselves too long to form an integrated security force right now. The only real options are a UN peacekeeping force or a multilateral force that is sanctioned by the UN Security Council but run separately." In other words, foreign forces serving as peacekeepers in Afghanistan. Is the Northern Alliance on board as far as that's concerned?
Well, let me say that Mr. Holbrook is entitled to his opinion. I do respect him. He's a very good ambassador. But I think in this context, we can, if left alone and when appropriately aided, I think we can come up with our own form of government. We came up with it in 1747. But in the context of the international forces, let me say that we would welcome anything that would be in line with the United Nations documentation and the Security Council the resolutions that would call for international deployment of some sort of force. We have no disagreements with that whatsoever.
So that is that. As far as the human rights situation and the Northern Alliance is concerned, there have been, as you know, widespread reports in the news media of atrocities that your forces in various parts of the country, including Mazar-i-Sharif, have committed. There was a New York Times picture, maybe we have it, we can put it up on the screen, showing the execution of a foreign Taliban troop. Mary Robinson, the UN High Commissioner on Refugees, spoke bluntly about all of this on Friday. I want you to listen to what she had to say.
The Northern Alliance before that and when they took over territory have been violent against women, have committed human rights violations. There is, I'm sorry to say, a bad pattern of lack of respect for human rights in Afghanistan.
That doesn't sound like a very ringing endorsement of the Northern Alliance.
Well, I mean, remember one thing: if the UN was truly, in the true sense, an entity that could have brought peace into Afghanistan, should have done it a long time ago. 22 years of negligence, first not condemning the Soviet Union for invading Afghanistan, then not condemning Pakistan for having been so heavily involved under the Taliban, for not having condemned Hikmatyar's rocketing of Kabul city. All these years, certainly, granted, we think that the UN is a credible entity to go about the peace process in Afghanistan. We wanted to play that pivotal role, but certain statements coming like this, I think that, and then not looking at the root of where that report was filed, was it filed from overseas or over in Uzbekistan or elsewhere, having witnessed the incidents that, themselves, I think these are all factors that you need to put into perspective before making such a remark. But you have to look at everything in a relative sense, and let me say that after 22 years of war, certain reprisal cases on a local basis may have occurred in Afghanistan, but these are not the kind of acts that the United Front endorses. If it happened under our troops, we would look into it to correct the situation. Certainly condemnable by us.
All right, Harun Amin, we're going to have to leave it right there. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Will.
And coming up, the second hour of Late Edition, we'll check all the latest developments in the war on terrorism. Then we'll hear from the Pakistani ambassador to the United States, Malia Lodi. We'll also have a discussion about Islam and how it's being used by some extremists. Also, a look at air safety and the latest on the investigation into the crash of American Airlines Flight 587. Our Late Edition Roundtable all ahead in the next hour of Late Edition.
This is a medicine. These are the cells in your body. Take most medicines and they scatter throughout your body to every cell. But right now, America's pharmaceutical company researchers are creating new smart medicines. They can ignore healthy cells and go straight to the disease. It may mean fewer side effects and increased effectiveness, leading to better ways to fight illnesses like leukemia, arthritis, and heart disease right where they live. Soon, there will be a lot more of these smart medicines. They'll zero in on disease, improve people's lives, and give families hope. You can bank on it. There are over 40,000 pharmaceutical company researchers in America, and they're the science behind new medicines and new hope.
I'm every man.
And every woman who ever suffered from frequent, persistent heartburn.
If you've treated your heartburn and changed your diet, but it comes back 2 or more days a week, then you may know about the burning pain of acid reflux disease.
But there's something about acid reflux that I didn't know.
Over time, that acid churning up can wear away the lining of your esophagus.
I didn't know.
I didn't know.
I didn't.
But today, there's a purple pill called Nexium. It's from the makers of Prilosec. Just one prescription Nexium a day gives many people complete resolution of heartburn symptoms.
That could mean complete heartburn relief.
And importantly, Nexium is also proven to heal erosions in the esophagus caused by acid reflux. Only a doctor can determine if you have this damage. Other serious stomach conditions may still exist. The most common side effects of Nexium and Prilosec are headache, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. So talk to your doctor and call this number for more information and for a free trial certificate for Nexium.
Relieve the heartburn, heal the damage. It's possible with today's purple pill called Nexium.